Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really been sure if I believe in ghosts, but something happened to me when I was 12 that I still can't explain, 15 years later. It was during a summer holiday with my dad and older brother Mark. We'd rented this old cottage near the coast, not super fancy or anything, but nice enough. Dad was pretty excited about it because each of us got our own bedroom, which was a big deal since Mark and I normally shared at home. The cottage wasn't particularly creepy during the day. It was just an old house with wooden floors that creaked a bit and windows that rattled when the wind picked up. The first 2 days of our vacation were completely normal. Beach trips, ice cream, Dad attempting to barbecue and nearly setting the patio on fire. You know, standard family holiday stuff. On the third night, I went to bed around 10 o'clock. I remember being pretty tired from swimming all day. My room was small but comfortable, with a single bed pushed against one wall, a small wardrobe, and a window overlooking the garden. Nothing special or weird about it. I was lying in bed, just starting to drift off while facing the middle of the room. The house was quiet, except for the distant sound of the TV downstairs, where Dad was watching some late-night show. Mark was probably in his room playing on his Nintendo DS. I could sometimes hear the faint beeping sounds through the wall. That's when I first heard it. This strange scratching sound. At first I thought it might be coming from outside, maybe branches against the window or something. But there weren't any trees close enough to the house for that. The sound was definitely inside my room. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was like someone running their fingernails across guitar strings. Not just one steady scratch, but varying in pitch, going up and down like they were playing with the strings. I'd played guitar a bit in school music class, so I recognized that distinctive sound. It wasn't super loud, but in the quiet room, it felt like it was cutting right through the silence. I froze. I wasn't sure where in the room it was coming from, but it felt close. Too close. My heart started racing immediately, and I got that cold feeling in my stomach. You know that feeling when you're suddenly scared, and it's like all your blood rushes away from your gut. That. I lay there, completely still, trying to figure out what could be making that sound. We didn't bring any guitars on holiday. There wasn't even anything in my room that could make a sound remotely like that. The scratching continued, changing pitch slightly every few seconds, like whoever or whatever was doing it was experimenting with the sound. I was properly scared now. I wanted to call out for my dad, but I was afraid that whatever was making the sound might, I don't know, do something if I acknowledged it. Stupid kid logic, maybe. But in that moment, it made perfect sense not to let the thing know I could hear it. So instead, I slowly turned over to face the wall. I didn't do it quickly. I sort of inched around, trying not to make any sudden movements. I pulled the covers up higher, almost over my head, leaving just enough space to breathe. My back was now to the room, and I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound. I was thinking maybe if I ignored it, it would go away. Or maybe I was imagining it. Or maybe it was just some weird house noise that sounded creepier in the dark. The scratching continued for about 30 seconds more while I faced the wall. I was counting in my head, trying to distract myself. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. My whole body was tense, waiting. Then the sound stopped abruptly. I felt a moment of relief. Whatever it was had stopped. Maybe it was nothing after all. Maybe. That's when it happened. Something pushed me, right in the middle of my back. It wasn't gentle either. It was a firm, deliberate push that actually moved me forward a few inches on the mattress. It wasn't like when you're half asleep and you get that falling sensation. This was a physical force. I felt the pressure of what seemed like a hand or something hand-sized against my back, shoving me toward the wall. I gasped, but didn't scream. I was too terrified to make a sound. It felt like whatever had been making the scratching noise was angry that I'd turned away from it, like it wanted my attention and was letting me know that ignoring it wasn't an option. After the push, nothing else happened. No more scratching, no more touching, just silence and my own panicked breathing. I lay there rigid with fear, expecting something else to happen at any second. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was afraid to move, afraid to turn back around, afraid to do anything that might provoke whatever was in my room. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Probably only minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion and adrenaline crash. I don't remember actually falling asleep, just waking up the next morning with the sun streaming through the window, feeling disoriented and wondering if the whole thing had been a nightmare. But I knew it hadn't been. The memory was too vivid, too specific. The varying pitches of the scratching sound, the firm pressure of the push, these weren't dream elements. They had happened. At breakfast, I was quiet, turning the experience over in my mind. Dad noticed and asked if I was feeling all right. I said I was fine, just tired. I didn't want to tell him because, well, what would I even say? Something invisible scratched guitar strings in my room and then pushed me. He'd think I was making it up for attention or had a bad dream. Instead, I pulled Mark aside after breakfast when Dad went to take a shower. "Did you come into my room last night?" I asked him, hoping there might be some normal explanation. Mark looked confused. "No, why would I?" I hesitated, then decided to just tell him. I heard this weird scratching sound, like someone running their nails across guitar strings, and then something pushed me in the back. I expected him to laugh or make fun of me, but instead, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Oh yeah, that was me," he said. "I was trying to freak you out." For a split second, I felt relief. My brother had pranked me. Mystery solved. But then I realized, no, that wasn't possible. Mark was 15 and already over 6 feet tall, with size 12 feet. Our rental cottage had those old floorboards that creaked loudly whenever anyone walked on them. There's no way he could have snuck into my room without me hearing him. And even if he somehow managed that, how would he have made that specific guitar string sound? We didn't have a guitar with us, and nothing else makes that exact noise. Plus, Mark was a heavy-handed prankster. If he had actually pushed me, I would have gone flying across the bed, not just moved a few inches. And he definitely would have done something else, jumped out and scared me, or kept pushing me, or whispered something creepy. He wouldn't have just pushed me once and left. I knew he was lying, trying to take credit for something he hadn't done. Maybe he thought it was funny, or maybe he just wanted to seem cool. But I knew whatever happened in my room wasn't Mark. "No, it wasn't you," I said firmly. "Don't lie." His grin faltered. "Whatever. You probably just had a bad dream," he said, and walked off, clearly annoyed that I hadn't bought his story. The rest of the vacation passed without any more incidents. I didn't hear the scratching again, and nothing pushed me or touched me. But I kept my desk lamp on every night after that, and I always slept facing the room, watching the empty space until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. We never went back to that cottage. Dad wanted to book it again the following summer, but I made up excuses until he chose somewhere else. I never told him why. To this day, I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I've gone over it countless times in my head. Could it have been the wind somehow making that specific sound? No, the windows were closed. Could I have imagined the push? No, I physically moved on the bed. Could it have been Mark or Dad playing a prank? No, I would have heard them enter and leave, and neither of them would have been able to resist taking it further or eventually confessing. Sometimes I wonder if the cottage had a history that we didn't know about. Maybe someone died there who played guitar. Maybe a previous visitor brought a guitar and something attached to it stayed behind. I don't know. I've never researched the place. Part of me doesn't want to know. The experience left me with this lingering uncertainty about the world. Before that night, I was sure about what was and wasn't possible. Now I'm not so sure. I'm not saying I definitely believe in ghosts or spirits, but I can't explain what happened to me, and that's enough to keep my mind open to possibilities I once would have dismissed. Whatever was in that room with me wanted my attention, and for just a moment, it had enough physical presence in our world to push a 12-year-old boy who was trying to ignore it. Why it didn't do anything else? I'll never know. Maybe that brief connection was all it could manage. Maybe it just wanted to be acknowledged, or maybe it was warning me about something I still don't understand. All I know for sure is that something was there with me that night, something that shouldn't have been possible. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexpected sound, I still find myself freezing up, wondering if I'm about to hear the scratching of fingernails across guitar strings again. Story 2. I've been hesitating to write this for years. People will think I'm crazy, but I swear every word is true, and I'm desperate to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. It started about 5 years ago. I was getting ready for bed, just a normal Tuesday night. I remember it was raining lightly, and I could hear the drops hitting my bedroom window as I was brushing my teeth. Nothing unusual happened that day. I went to work, had lunch with a co-worker, came home, made dinner, watched some TV. Totally ordinary, until I laid down. The second my head hit the pillow, I felt it. A weight. Not painful, not heavy enough to be uncomfortable, but definitely there, like someone had gently placed their hand on the top of my head. At first, I thought it was just some weird blood pressure thing, or maybe I was getting sick. I sat up, and the sensation disappeared. I laid back down. It returned. I remember sitting bolt upright and turning on all the lights, checking the ceiling, looking under the bed like a kid afraid of monsters. Nothing. I even ran my hands through my hair, thinking maybe a bug had gotten tangled there. Gross, I know. Still, nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just stress or exhaustion and managed to fall asleep. But when I woke up the next morning, within about 5 minutes of being conscious, I felt it again. That same weight, now sitting right on the crown of my head. I tried to ignore it. I really did. I went about my day pretending everything was normal. But it was like trying to ignore someone constantly tapping your shoulder. The weight would shift slightly, moving from the top of my head to the right side, then to the back, then to the left. Never leaving, just repositioning itself. By the third day, I was freaking out. I called in sick to work and made an emergency appointment with my doctor. I remember sitting in her office, trying not to cry as I explained that it felt like something was sitting on my head. The look she gave me, that mixture of clinical concern and subtle doubt, is burned into my memory. She checked my blood pressure, looked in, my ears, tested my balance and reflexes. Nothing. She referred me to a neurologist who ordered an MRI. The MRI came back clean. No tumors, no abnormalities. Next came the ENT specialist, who found nothing wrong with my inner ear. Then a psychiatrist, who prescribed anti-anxiety medication that did absolutely nothing except make me tired. For the first year, I was terrified. I couldn't concentrate at work. I'd catch myself reaching up to swat at nothing. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, feeling the weight shift from one side of my head to the other. I was convinced I was losing my mind. I've now seen 3 neurologists, 2 psychiatrists, an ENT specialist, had 2 MRIs, a CT scan, and countless blood tests. Every single one has come back normal. After spending thousands of dollars I don't have on medical bills, I've given up on finding a medical explanation. Here's the weird part. I've gotten used to it. The presence, that's what I call it now, is just there. It's most active when I'm trying to sleep or when I'm alone. It's less noticeable when I'm busy or focused on something else, but it never completely goes away. Sometimes it feels like it's trying to get my attention. The weight will suddenly increase on one side of my head, like it's trying to make me turn in a particular direction. Once, I was driving home from work, and the weight suddenly pressed hard on the left side of my head. I glanced left and noticed a car running a red light that would have T-boned me if I hadn't slowed down. Could have been coincidence, I guess. Another time I was walking down the street, and the pressure pushed down hard enough that I actually stumbled. When I looked up, I realized I'd almost walked straight into an open manhole that I hadn't noticed. After a few incidents like these, I started wondering if maybe this thing, whatever it is, might actually be trying to help me. The really strange thing is that since the presence appeared, my life has actually gotten better in some ways. I got promoted at work. I met my boyfriend, now fiancé, shortly after this all started. My chronic migraines, which I'd suffered from since high school, have completely disappeared. I know what you're thinking. Maybe it's a guardian angel or something spiritual like that. I've thought about that too. I was raised Catholic, but hadn't been to church in years when this started. Out of desperation, I went back. I talked to a priest who suggested prayer and even performed a blessing. Nothing changed. The presence remained just as before. I've tried sage, crystals, meditation, energy healing, all the stuff my more spiritually inclined friends suggested. Nothing made it go away. If anything, the presence seemed amused by my efforts. I swear I could feel it shifting around more playfully during those attempts. Last year, I was reading about interdimensional theories. Not something I would have been interested in before all this. And I had this thought, what if it's some kind of creature or entity that exists in a dimension that intersects with ours? What if it can perceive me completely, but I can only perceive it as this weight on my head? What if it's attached itself to me for reasons I can't understand? I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But after 5 years of this, I'm past caring how crazy it might seem. This is my reality now. The presence has its routines. It's most active at night, especially as I'm trying to fall asleep. It will move around my head, sometimes resting on the crown, sometimes shifting to the back, where my head meets my neck. Occasionally, it feels like fingers, not in a creepy way, but like someone gently playing with my hair. During the day, it's usually just a light pressure that I've learned to ignore. There are times when it seems to communicate in its way. If I'm about to make a bad decision or miss something important, the pressure increases dramatically on one side, like it's trying to turn my head towards something I should notice. I've started paying attention to these signals, and weirdly enough, they've never steered me wrong. My fiancé knows about it. He was understandably skeptical at first, but he's seen me react to the presence too many times to dismiss it completely. Sometimes he'll notice me suddenly turn my head for no apparent reason and ask, "Is it directing you again?" I appreciate that he doesn't think I'm completely insane. I've tried talking to it. Late at night, alone in my room, I'll ask questions out loud. What are you? Why are you here? What do you want from me? I never get answers, at least not in words. Sometimes the pressure will change in response, lightening or intensifying. But that's it. It's like trying to communicate with someone who speaks an entirely different language, using only touch. I've prayed for dreams that might reveal what it is, but my dreams remain ordinary. I've asked for signs, for clearer communication, but the presence continues as it always has, there, responsive, but fundamentally mysterious. The strangest part is how normal this has become for me. I wake up every morning with this invisible thing perched on my head, and I just go about my day. I've learned to function with it, to interpret its movements, to coexist with something I can't see or understand. Sometimes I wonder if I've just developed an extraordinary coping mechanism for something completely mundane. Maybe it is just some weird neurological thing that medical science hasn't figured out yet. but then it will guide me away from danger or toward an opportunity in a way that feels too deliberate, too intelligent to be random nerve misfirings. Last month, I felt it practically shoving me toward a specific aisle in the grocery store. I followed the pressure and ran into an old friend I hadn't seen in years. She ended up offering me a freelance project that has been incredibly fulfilling and profitable. Coincidence? Maybe. But these coincidences have been piling up for 5 years now. I don't think it's malevolent. Whatever this presence is, I believe it's either neutral or benevolent toward me. If it wanted to harm me, it's had plenty of opportunities. Instead, it seems protective, even helpful in its strange, limited way. I've stopped trying to get rid of it. I've accepted that this is just part of my life now, this invisible companion that only I can feel. Some days I even find it comforting, knowing that I'm never truly alone. Other days, usually when I'm tired or stressed, it still freaks me out a little. How could it not? There's literally something supernatural living on my head. I've searched online forums, medical journals, paranormal websites. Anywhere I might find someone describing a similar experience. I've found stories of people sensing presences, feeling watched, experiencing phantom touches, but nothing exactly like what I'm experiencing. Nothing this persistent, this specific, this interactive. So that's why I'm finally writing this. Not because I expect a solution after all this time, but because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. Sometimes I worry that when I die, I'll never know what it was, this presence that has been my constant companion for 5 years. Right now, as I'm typing this, it's sitting on the right side of my head, like it's reading along with me. The pressure is light, almost thoughtful. I've just asked it out loud if it minds me sharing our story, and I felt a gentle pulse, like a pat, that I've come to interpret as approval. So here we are, me and my invisible companion, reaching out to see if we're alone in this bizarre experience. If you've felt something like this, please let me know. And if you haven't, well, count yourself lucky, or maybe unlucky. I honestly can't decide anymore. Story 3. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. It's hard to explain what happened, without sounding completely crazy, but I swear every word of this is true. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like something's watching me. When I was little, maybe 7 or 8, my mum and I lived in the basement apartment of my grandparents' house in northern Alabama. It was one of those old farmhouses with a partially finished basement. Not exactly fancy, but it was home. My grandparents lived upstairs, and we had our own little space downstairs with a separate entrance. From the very beginning, that basement never felt right. You know that feeling when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? Like someone's staring at you, but when you turn around, nobody's there? That was a daily occurrence for us. My mum would brush it off, saying old houses just had character. But I knew better. Our cats knew it too. They'd stare at empty corners for minutes at a time, their eyes following something invisible around the room. Sometimes I'd catch our curtains moving when there wasn't any breeze. Not violently or anything, just a gentle sway, like someone had brushed past them. At first, we convinced ourselves it was just my great-grandmother's spirit. She'd passed away a few years before, and she'd always been protective of the family. The idea of her watching over us was comforting, especially to my mum, who'd been really close to her. So we'd talk to the empty air sometimes, telling great-grandma about our day, or asking her to keep an eye on things when we left. Looking back, I think we were just trying to make ourselves feel better about the creepy vibes. Things changed when my grandparents decided to move to a retirement community. They were getting older, and maintaining the property was becoming too much for them. My mom got a promotion around the same time, so we moved upstairs into the main house. That's when everything got worse. My mom started having these horrible nightmares, not just regular bad dreams. These were different. She'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat. It took me ages to get her to tell me what she was dreaming about. She said there were 3 men who would stand at the foot of her bed. They didn't have faces, just blank, smooth skin where their features should have been. In her dreams, they'd tell her awful things, that she was a failure, that she was damned, that she'd never amount to anything. The same nightmare, night after night. I was still pretty young, so I didn't really understand how serious it was. I just knew my mum wasn't sleeping, and she was jumping at shadows. She started leaving lights on all over the house, even during the day. The electric bill was insane, but she didn't care. About 6 months after we moved upstairs, my mum met Rick. He was nice enough, worked construction, had a 7-year-old daughter from a previous marriage. What made him different was that he claimed to have a 6th sense about things. I was skeptical at first, but he'd know things he shouldn't have been able to know, like where lost items were or who was calling before the phone rang. Little things that made you wonder. The first time he and his daughter came over to our house was when I really started to get scared. We were all sitting in the living room watching some movie when his daughter, Lily was her name, suddenly pointed at the window behind us. It was pitch black outside, and the window was reflecting the TV screen. "Daddy," she said, completely calm, "there's a faceless man looking in the window." Rick jumped up so fast he knocked over his drink. He grabbed Lily and took her into the kitchen, away from the windows. My mom and I just sat there, frozen. I remember the ice-cold feeling that spread from my stomach outward. It felt like I couldn't breathe. Rick came back a few minutes later, looking pale. He said Lily had described seeing a very tall, thin man with no face, wearing what looked like a suit, staring in through the window. Our living room was on the 2nd floor. We moved out within a week. Those 7 days were pure hell. Doors would slam by themselves, not just once or twice, but constantly, at all hours. Things would go missing, only to reappear in weird places. The temperature in certain rooms would drop so low you could see your breath, even though it was summer in Alabama. The night before we left, my mum and I slept in the same bed, with all the lights on. I remember waking up around 3 in the morning to find her sitting upright, staring at the bedroom door. She didn't blink, didn't move. When I asked her what was wrong, she just shushed me and kept staring. I never asked her what she saw that night. We moved 2 states away, thinking that would be the end of it. Rick had some connections and found us a nice little place. For a while things were normal, but something had attached itself to me. I started having nightmares too, not like my mum's, but still terrifying. In mine, I was always being watched from a distance by something tall and thin. I could never quite see it clearly, but I knew it was there, standing just at the edge of my vision. This went on for years. I grew up, went to high school, tried to be normal. Then, around 2009 or so, this thing called Slender Man started showing up online. I remember the first time I saw an image of it. This tall, unnaturally thin figure in a black suit with a blank face. My blood went cold. I showed my mum the picture without saying anything, and she went absolutely white. She had to sit down. "That's him," she whispered. "That's what was in our house." We looked up everything we could about this Slender Man thing. Most of it was obviously fake, stories people had made up, Photoshop pictures. But the descriptions matched what we'd experienced too perfectly to be coincidence. The height, the suit, the blank face, the way it would appear in windows and doorways, watching. My mom had made some Wiccan friends by this point, and they did a pendulum session to try to figure out what was going on. I know how that sounds, but we were desperate for answers. During the session, they asked if the entity was still connected to us. The pendulum swung wildly to yes. They asked if it knew where we were now. Again, yes. If it remembered us. Yes. If it wanted us to come back. Yes. One of the Wiccans, an older woman named Meredith, told us that some entities can form attachments to people or places. She thought this thing had latched onto our family when we lived in that house, and now it was trying to maintain the connection over distance. That was almost 10 years ago now. We've moved twice more since then, but I still feel it sometimes. It's weird, but whenever any of us are anywhere near our old street in Alabama, we feel this pull to go back to the house. My mom and Rick split up years ago, but we still keep in touch with him and Lily. She says she feels it too, this weird compulsion to return. Last Christmas, I had to go back to Alabama for a cousin's wedding. I stayed in a hotel about 20 miles from our old house, and I took precautions. A dream catcher that had been blessed by a native shaman, protective herbs under my pillow, the whole 9 yards. It didn't matter. That night, I had the worst nightmare of my life. In the dream, I was back in the basement of our old house. It was exactly as I remembered it. The faded wallpaper, the small windows near the ceiling, the musty smell. But there was something else there with me. I couldn't see it directly, but I knew where it was, standing in the corner behind me. I could feel its presence, like a cold spot in the room. In the dream, I knew I shouldn't turn around, that looking at it directly would be dangerous. But I couldn't help myself. Just as I started to turn, I woke up. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The dream catcher hanging above my bed had snapped in half, the string of beads scattered across the floor. I checked out of the hotel that morning and drove straight back home, 12 hours without stopping. I'm convinced that thing was trying to re-establish its connection to me, that it's been waiting all these years for one of us to come back within its reach. I've done research since then, real research, not just internet stories. There are accounts of similar entities from all over the world, going back centuries. Different cultures have different names for them, but the descriptions are often eerily similar. Some people think they feed on fear or negative energy. Others believe they're interdimensional beings that can only partially manifest in our reality, which is why they appear so strange and distorted. I don't know what that thing in our old house was. I don't know if it was really the Slender Man from the internet stories, or if those stories just happened to describe something that's been around much longer. All I know is that it was real. It was in our house, and on some level, it's still connected to me. I'm moving out of state again next month. Part of me hopes that putting even more distance between myself and that place will weaken whatever link still exists. But another part of me is terrified that it doesn't matter how far I go. That thing is patient, and it's waiting. Waiting at the edges of my consciousness, watching for a moment of weakness, a chance to fully attach itself again. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be truly free of it, or if one day I'll look up to find a tall, faceless figure standing in the corner of my room, watching me with eyes I can't see. Story 4. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I've always been the skeptic in my friend group, the one who rolls his eyes when someone starts talking about seeing shadows or hearing weird noises. But what happened last Thanksgiving has me questioning everything I thought I knew. I'm 21, and last November I went to stay with my aunt and uncle in their condo for Thanksgiving break. They live in this small condominium complex about 2 hours from my college. It's not fancy or anything, just a modest 2-bedroom place in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing ever happens. The first couple of days were normal. We had the big Thanksgiving dinner with a few other relatives, watched football, ate leftovers, the usual holiday stuff. My parents couldn't make it this year. Mom was visiting my sister who had just had a baby in Colorado, and Dad had to work. So it was just me with my aunt, uncle, and my younger cousin. That Friday after Thanksgiving is when it happened. Everyone had gone to bed early. My aunt and uncle are early risers, and my cousin was exhausted from some Black Friday shopping. I'm a night owl, so I stayed up in the living room playing my Xbox. I had brought it with me because, honestly, there's not much else to do there. The living room connected to a small dining area and kitchen, with a hallway leading to the bedrooms on the other side. I was deep into my game, headset on, but volume low enough to hear if anyone called me. Around midnight, I remember checking my phone and thinking I should probably wrap it up soon. That's when I heard it. Noah! It was so clear that I immediately pulled off my headset. It was my mom's voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. The way she says my name with that slight emphasis on the second syllable. But that was impossible. My mom was in Colorado, over 1,000 miles away. I paused my game and listened. The condo was completely silent. I figured I must have imagined it or maybe heard something from the game that sounded similar. I put my headset back on and continued playing, but I couldn't focus anymore. About 10 minutes later, I heard it again. Noah. This time I wasn't wearing my headset. It was definitely my mom's voice, and it seemed to be coming from down the hallway. A chill ran up my spine. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe my aunt had woken up, though it definitely didn't sound like her. No response. I got up and checked the hallway, empty and dark. The doors to the bedrooms were all closed. I stood there for a moment listening before deciding I was just tired and hearing things. I went back to my game, but left the headset off. For the next hour, I tried to focus on my game, but I kept thinking I heard small noises, little thuds or creaks. At first, they were so faint I could almost convince myself it was just the building settling or the heater turning on. But they gradually got more noticeable. There would be a soft thud, then silence for maybe 5 minutes, then another thud, slightly louder. It was almost like footsteps, but too irregular. And they seemed to be coming from different parts of the condo, first from the hallway, then from the kitchen, then from behind me. By around 2 in the morning, I was getting seriously freaked out. I had turned off my game and was just sitting there listening. The thuds had stopped, but I had this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. You know that feeling when you're alone, but you suddenly feel like you're being watched. It was like that, but 100 times worse. I decided to get some water from the kitchen, thinking the movement would help calm me down. As I stood up, I felt the room temperature drop noticeably. It had been comfortably warm all evening, but suddenly I could see my breath. In California, indoors, in a heated condo. I froze halfway to the kitchen. The dining area between the living room and kitchen was dark. I hadn't turned on any lights besides the small lamp next to the couch. As I stared into that darkness, I saw something that makes my skin crawl even now as I type this, a face. At first, it was just a faint outline, lighter than the darkness around it. I thought it was a trick of the light, or my eyes playing tricks on me. But then it became clearer. It was the face of an elderly woman, not solid or fully visible, more like a faint impression, like looking at a reflection in a window at night. But unmistakably there. Her features were gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to be looking right at me. Her hair was pulled back tightly, and her expression was not angry exactly, but intense, focused, like she had something urgent to communicate. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, staring at this impossible face floating in my aunt and uncle's dining room. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, I managed to glance down at my phone. It was exactly 3:03 in the morning. When I looked back up, the face was gone. The room temperature seemed to return to normal almost immediately. I stood there for several more minutes, afraid to move, before finally rushing back to the couch and turning on every light I could reach. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright on the couch, lights on, TV on low volume, too terrified to close my eyes. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep deprivation. Maybe I dozed off for a second and had a hypnagogic hallucination. Maybe the leftover turkey had gone bad and I was having some kind of food poisoning delirium. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real, or at least not something my mind had simply invented. When morning finally came, I must have looked terrible because my aunt immediately asked if I was sick. I mumbled something about not sleeping well and having weird dreams. I was too embarrassed to tell them what really happened. Who would believe me? But then my aunt said something that made my blood run cold. The first few months after we moved in, I had trouble sleeping too. This place has a strange feeling sometimes, especially at night. I tried to keep my voice casual when I asked, "What do you mean?" She shrugged, measuring coffee into the filter. "Oh, just old building noises, creaks and such. Your uncle thinks I'm being silly, but sometimes I swear I hear footsteps when everyone's in bed." I wanted to ask more, but my uncle came in then, and the conversation shifted to their plans for the day. Later, I casually asked my cousin if he'd ever experienced anything weird in the condo. He looked at me strangely and said, "Like what?" "I don't know. Weird noises, cold spots, that kind of thing." He thought for a moment. "I mean, sometimes my door opens by itself at night. Mum says it's just the air pressure when the heater kicks on, but it only seems to happen around 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Just minutes from when I saw the face. I tried to find out more about the condo's history without seeming too obvious. During lunch, I asked how long they'd lived there and if they knew the previous owners. My aunt said they'd bought the place about 2 years ago. The previous owner had been an elderly woman who had lived there alone. She didn't know much more than that, just that the woman had passed away and her children were selling the property. I wanted to ask how the woman had died, if it had happened in the condo, what she looked like, but I couldn't find a way to ask these questions without revealing why I was interested, and I still wasn't ready to tell them what I'd experienced. The rest of the weekend passed without incident. I made sure I was in my room well before midnight, though I barely slept. Every small noise had me wide awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'd hear my mom's voice again or see that face. When it was time to leave on Sunday, I felt relieved. As much as I love my aunt and uncle, I couldn't wait to get away from that place. But as I was packing my things, I noticed something on the guest room dresser that hadn't been there before, a small, tarnished silver brooch in the shape of a flower. I asked my aunt if it was hers, and she looked confused, saying she'd never seen it before. I left it there, but the image of that brooch has stayed with me, because in my glimpse of that elderly woman's face, I'm almost certain there was something at the collar of what seemed to be an old-fashioned dress, something that glinted slightly, even in the darkness, something that looked like a silver flower. It's been 5 months since that night, and I still don't have any answers. I've thought about researching the previous owner, maybe finding out how she died, but part of me is afraid of what I might discover. What if she did die in that condo? What if it was at 3:03 in the morning, and the voice that sounded like my mom? Why would a ghost or whatever it was mimic my mother's voice? Was it trying to lure me down that hallway? Or was it trying to warn me about something? I haven't told my aunt and uncle about what happened. They've invited me back for Easter, but I've made up excuses not to go. How do you tell someone their home is haunted? Especially when you've spent your whole life insisting that ghosts aren't real. All I know is that something happened in that condo that night, something I can't explain. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I catch myself listening for that voice calling my name, or for those soft, irregular thuds moving closer in the darkness. And I find myself glancing at the clock, hoping it's not 3:03. Story 5. I still can't explain what happened that night, and I'm not sure I want to. It's been about 3 months since it happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My grandfather moved in with us back in May of 2018. I was 12 at the time, just finishing up 6th grade. Pop, that's what we called him, had a massive stroke in 2012 that left the right side of his body completely paralyzed. He couldn't speak properly anymore either, just mumbles and the occasional clear word. My grandmother took care of him for years in their own house, but things got worse when he developed an infection in his right leg. The doctors had to amputate below the knee. After that, my parents decided it made sense for my grandparents to move in with us. We had a finished basement with a bedroom and bathroom, and my dad installed a wheelchair ramp at the back door. My grandmother would still be his primary caretaker, but now they'd have my parents around to help. I remember being a little freaked out when they first moved in. Pop wasn't the same person I remembered from my childhood. Before the stroke, he was this tall, booming voice of a man who always smelled like aqua velva and Irish spring soap. He'd been a mechanic his whole life, and even though he'd wash his hands a million times, there was always a bit of grease under his fingernails. He used to pick me up and throw me in the air when I was little. After the stroke, he was just different, slumped in his wheelchair, thinner, quieter. But his eyes were the same. He'd look at me and I could still see him in there, you know? The worst day came on August 3rd, 2018. I remember the date because it was exactly 1 week before my 13th birthday. I was playing video games in my room when I heard my grandmother screaming from downstairs. That horrible sound is burned into my memory. This raw, animal kind of scream that didn't even sound human. My parents rushed down to the basement and I followed even though they told me to stay upstairs. Pop had died in his sleep. The paramedics said it was probably another stroke, a massive one this time. They took him away, and our basement was never the same after that. My grandmother stayed with us. She had nowhere else to go, and honestly, I think my parents were worried about her being alone. She turned Pop's bedroom into a sort of shrine at first, kept all his clothes in the closet, his aftershave on the dresser, his watch on the nightstand. My mom eventually convinced her to donate most of his clothes, but she kept his favorite flannel shirt and the bottle of aqua velva. Life went on. I started high school. My older sister went to college, my parents worked, and my grandmother slowly adjusted to life without Pop. She stopped closing the door to his old bedroom, said it made her feel less alone, knowing the space was still there, still part of our home. Fast forward to this year. I'm 17 now, getting ready to apply for colleges myself. My grandmother is doing okay, all things considered. She's in her 70s now, but still pretty independent. She has her own little routine in the basement, watches her shows, does crossword puzzles, makes tea at exactly 3:15 every afternoon. 3 months ago, I had this massive fight with my parents about my curfew. I know it sounds stupid, but I was really upset. I didn't want to be in my room where they could just barge in and continue the argument, so I asked my grandmother if I could crash on her couch in the basement. She said it was fine. The basement is set up with a small living area with a TV and couch, then my grandmother's bedroom on one side and what used to be Pop's room on the other. The couch is maybe 10 or 12 feet from Pop's old door, which, like I said, my grandmother always keeps open now. I was still fuming about the fight with my parents and had a hard time falling asleep. I kept checking my phone, and I remember it was around 2:30 in the morning when I finally started drifting off. That's when it happened. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you're not sure if you actually fell asleep or not? It was like that. The basement was completely silent except for the hum of the dehumidifier in the corner. My grandmother's door was closed, and I could hear her soft snoring from behind it. The only light was from the little nightlight in the hallway to the bathroom, and then I smelled it. Clear as day, aqua velva and Irish spring soap. It wasn't faint either. It was strong, like someone wearing it had just walked past me. The smell was so specific, that combination was uniquely Pop. Nobody else in our family used either of those products. My dad uses some designer cologne my mom buys him, and I just use basic deodorant. I froze. I literally could not move. My heart started racing so fast, I thought it might explode out of my chest. I wasn't imagining this. The smell was absolutely, undeniably real. I forced myself to sit up on the couch and look around. The basement was empty. I glanced toward Pop's room, and the door was open like it always was. Nothing looked different or out of place, but the smell was getting stronger. It wasn't coming from the direction of his old room, though. It felt like it was all around me, enveloping me, like he was right there beside me on the couch. I've never been a big believer in ghosts or anything like that, I mean, I watch horror movies and stuff, but I've always figured when you're dead, you're dead. But in that moment, I was 100% certain that Pop Pop was there with me. Not just his smell, but him. I managed to whisper, "Pop Pop?" My voice sounded weird and strained, like it wasn't even mine. Nothing happened. No response, no movement, no change in the room at all. Just that smell, so strong I could almost taste it. I started shaking, not from fear exactly, but from this overwhelming feeling that's hard to describe, like my body couldn't process what was happening. I wasn't scared of Pop Pop. He'd never done anything to make me afraid of him when he was alive. But the idea that he was somehow there, in that room with me, 5 years after his death, it was just too much for my brain to handle. The weirdest part was that after the initial shock, I started to feel comforted, like maybe he was checking on me, making sure I was okay after the fight with my parents. Pop Pop had always been the peacemaker in the family before his stroke. He hated when anyone argued. I sat there in the dark, completely still, breathing in that familiar scent. It lasted for maybe 2 minutes, though honestly it was hard to track time in that moment. I didn't dare move or speak again. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the smell started to fade. Not like when someone walks away and their cologne lingers for a while. It was there 1 second at full strength, and then it was dissipating rapidly, like someone had opened a window, which wasn't possible. The basement windows are the small, rectangular kind that don't open. Within seconds, it was gone completely. I sat there for what felt like hours, waiting to see if it would come back. It didn't. I didn't sleep at all the rest of that night. I just sat on that couch, staring at Pop Pop's open bedroom door, my phone clutched in my hand like it was some kind of protection. When my grandmother woke up around 6 in the morning, I must have looked like a complete wreck. She asked me if I was okay, and I almost told her what happened. But I stopped myself. What if it was just a weird dream? What if I had somehow imagined the whole thing? Or worse, what if telling her would just make her sad, reminding her that Pop Pop was gone? So I made up some excuse about not sleeping well on the couch. But before I went upstairs, I asked her a casual question about whether she still had any of Pop Pop's things, like his aftershave. She looked at me kind of funny and said she'd thrown out the last bottle of Aqua Velva almost 2 years ago when it started to turn bad. She said she couldn't bring herself to replace it since he wasn't there to use it anymore. That's when I knew for sure. There was no bottle of Aqua Velva in our house, no Irish Spring soap either. We all use Dove or whatever's on sale. There was no logical explanation for what I smelled that night. It's been 3 months, and I haven't experienced anything like it since. I've slept on that couch a few more times, though honestly I was a little nervous to do it, but nothing has happened. No smells, no strange feelings, nothing out of the ordinary at all. I don't know what to make of it. Was it Pop Pop's way of visiting me? Was he somehow there in the room with me that night? And if he was, why then? Why me and not my grandmother who loved him so much? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is what I experienced was real. That smell was real. And sometimes when I'm alone in the basement, I find myself hoping I'll smell Aqua Velva and Irish Spring again, just to know he's still around somewhere, still checking in on us. But I also kind of hope it doesn't happen again, because honestly, I'm not sure my heart could take it. Story 6. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family. Even typing it now, my hands are shaking, and I keep looking over my shoulder. I grew up in Puerto Rico in a 3-story house that I'm convinced was a gateway to hell. We lived there for almost 7 years, and what happened to us wasn't just creepy or unexplained, it was pure evil. I was 11 when the worst of it happened, but the house had been terrorizing us since the day my parents moved in, even before I was born. They told me that the first night they spent there, their bed started shaking violently at 3 in the morning. Not like an earthquake, more like someone was underneath it, pushing up with inhuman strength. My dad thought it was my mum playing a prank until he saw her face and realized she was as terrified as he was. They had a priest come bless the house after that. Things calmed down for a while, but looking back, I think whatever was there just learned to hide better. My earliest memory in that house is from when I was about 4. I remember my older brother, he was 13 at the time, running into my parents' room in the middle of the night, crying hysterically. He kept pointing at the ceiling and screaming that there was a demon up there laughing at him. My parents turned on all the lights but couldn't see anything. My brother refused to look up again. He slept on their floor for a week after that. My sister's room was the worst. It was on the 3rd floor, and she had nightmares almost every night. Not normal kid nightmares about monsters under the bed. These were vivid dreams where she said dead people were trying to drag her somewhere. She'd wake up with scratches sometimes that weren't there when she went to bed. Years later, my mom finally told me an old man had died in the house before we moved in. Found dead in his bed, and nobody discovered him for days. She only mentioned it casually, like it wasn't important information. I screamed at her, asking why she never told us before. She just shrugged and said, "It didn't seem relevant." Not relevant. Are you kidding me? What's weird is that after we finally left that hellhole, we moved into another house where 2 people had committed suicide, but we never experienced anything paranormal there. Not a single thing. That's how I know it wasn't just our imagination. Whatever was in that first house was real and attached to the property, not to us. I have 2 experiences from that house that still give me nightmares. The first happened when I was around 12. My sister was away at a friend's house, and for some reason, I decided to sleep in her room. Maybe I was trying to be brave. I don't know. Big mistake. I woke up around 2 in the morning with that feeling you get when someone's watching you. You know that sensation when the hairs on your neck stand up? That, but 100 times worse. I opened my eyes and looked toward the corner of the room where my sister had this big refrigerator box she used for a school project. Standing beside it was this figure. It wasn't a person. It was darker than the darkness around it. Like a piece of the night had been cut out and shaped like a man. It was tall, reaching almost to the ceiling, and it was leaning to the side of the box, just looking at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. Then, when it realized I could see it, it slowly moved behind the box, as if hiding. But it was too tall to hide completely, so the top of its head, or whatever you'd call it, was still visible. Then, the weirdest thing happened. My vision started to distort. It was like looking through water, but the water was somehow made of static. The edges of everything blurred, and sounds became muffled. I tried to scream for my parents, but nothing came out. My mouth moved, but no sound happened. It was like the thing was dampening everything around me. This went on for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes of being completely paralyzed with fear, trying to scream while this shadow watched me from behind a cardboard box. When I could finally move, I ran out of there so fast I nearly fell down the stairs. I burst into my parents' room, crying and trying to explain what happened. They checked the room, but found nothing. My dad said it was just sleep paralysis, but I know what I saw. Sleep paralysis doesn't distort your vision like that. The second incident was worse, much worse. It happened about a year later, and sometimes I still wonder if I imagined it because it seems too horrible to be real. But my dad confirms it happened exactly how I remember. My parents were arguing in their bedroom. I don't remember what about, probably money or something normal. I was sitting on the floor outside their door, not eavesdropping exactly, just waiting for them to finish so I could ask to go to a friend's house. The argument was getting heated when suddenly everything went quiet. Like unnaturally quiet. Even the sounds from outside, the birds, the street noise, everything just stopped. Then I heard my mom's voice, but it wasn't her voice anymore. It was lower, raspier, with this weird echo to it that seemed to come from everywhere at once. She said, I'm not your wife anymore. I am Satan, and I have taken her. She is mine now, and I will not let her go. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw my mom standing perfectly still in the middle of the room. Her eyes were closed, and her head was tilted at this weird angle that looked painful. My dad was backing away from her, looking terrified. She started saying horrible things to him. She called him his instrument and told him he was a sinner who should kill himself. She knew things about his past that even I didn't know, secrets he'd never told anyone. How could she know that stuff? My dad started reciting Bible passages. He wasn't religious, not really, but he grabbed this old Bible from the nightstand and started reading from it. My mum, or whatever was inside her, just laughed this horrible laugh. "Your words mean nothing," she said. "Your faith is weak. Your God can't hear you here." The worst part was how it would switch. One minute, this thing would be tormenting my dad, saying the most awful things imaginable, and then it would suddenly turn toward the door where I was watching. My mum's face would change completely. She'd smile this sweet smile that wasn't her smile. It was too wide, too forced. Her eyes would open, but they weren't her eyes. They were empty somehow, black holes with nothing behind them. She'd say in this sickly sweet voice, "Are you okay, sweetheart? Do you need anything? Are you hungry?" Then she'd turn back to my dad and continue the torment. It was like it knew I was watching and wanted to mess with me too. This went on for hours. My dad called someone from our church who came over and tried to help. They prayed over her while she screamed and thrashed. Eventually, she locked herself in the bathroom. We could hear her in there, talking to herself in different voices, arguing with herself. My dad wanted to break down the door, but the church guy said we needed to wait. Around dawn, she came out. She was normal again, confused, exhausted, with no memory of what had happened. She thought she'd fallen asleep during the argument. We never told her everything she said and did. How could we? We moved out of that house a few years later. My parents said it was because Dad got a new job, but I know the real reason. None of us could take it anymore. The constant feeling of being watched, the whispers in empty rooms, the shadows that moved when you weren't looking directly at them. After we moved, everything stopped. No more nightmares, no more voices, no more shadows. That's how I know it wasn't us. It was the house. Something evil lived there, and it was just toying with us for its own amusement. I'm 25 now, living in the States, and I still can't sleep with the closet door open. I still check behind shower curtains and look up at ceilings before entering a room. I still wake up sometimes at 3 in the morning, heart racing, convinced I can see that shadow figure standing in the corner of my bedroom. Sometimes I think about researching the history of that house, finding out who else lived there and what happened to them. But then I remember my mum's eyes that night, those empty, soulless eyes that weren't hers, and I decide some things are better left unknown. I don't know what was in that house in Puerto Rico. I don't know if it was a demon or a ghost or something else entirely, but I know it was real. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if it's still there, waiting for the next family to move in, ready to start its games all over again. Story 7. I'm still not sure what happened that night, and I've replayed it in my mind 1,000 times since then. I guess I'm sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 months ago. It was a Tuesday morning, around 4:45 a.m. I remember the time specifically because I checked my phone when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Our house is an older 2-story with all the bedrooms upstairs, and the hallway has this annoying creaky floorboard right outside my daughter Maddie's room that I always try to avoid stepping on during the night. Maddie is 17, a junior in high school. She's always been a heavy sleeper, but lately with all her AP classes and extracurriculars, she's been staying up later than she should. I've caught her plenty of times scrolling through TikTok or watching Netflix when she should be sleeping, but I try not to helicopter parent too much. Anyway, as I was walking past her room that morning, I noticed her door was slightly ajar, maybe open about 6 inches. This was unusual, because Maddie always closes her door at night. She's big on privacy, like most teenagers. What caught my attention was the ceiling light was on, not just her bedside lamp. The light was spilling out into the hallway through the gap in the door. I figured she must have fallen asleep with the light on while studying, so I decided to peek in and turn it off for her. When I pushed the door open a bit more and looked inside, what I saw made me stop in my tracks. Maddie was in bed, but she wasn't sleeping. She was in this bizarre position, sort of half sitting up with her knees bent, but without anything supporting her back. It looked incredibly uncomfortable, like she had begun to sit up from a lying position, but then just stopped halfway. Her arms were extended in front of her, holding her phone horizontally, as if she was watching a video. "Maddie," I called, not too loudly at first because I didn't want to startle her. She didn't respond or acknowledge me in any way. She just stayed frozen in that awkward position, eyes fixed on her phone screen. This struck me as odd, right away, because Maddie almost never watches videos on her phone. She always complains about the small screen and uses her laptop instead. I also noticed the screen wasn't moving or changing. It appeared to be paused or frozen on a single frame. "Maddie," I called again, louder this time. Nothing, not even a twitch or a blink. She remained completely motionless, suspended in that uncomfortable-looking position. I took a step into the room, and that's when our dog, Cooper, a medium-sized mutt we rescued 2 years ago, suddenly ran past me into the bedroom. Cooper is normally very protective and barks at everything. The doorbell, the neighbor's cat, even random noises outside. He's especially fond of chasing our cat Milo whenever he gets the chance. But this time, Cooper didn't make a sound. He ran into the room, circled around the end of Maddie's bed, and then, this is the part that still gives me chills, he suddenly froze, his ears perked up as if he heard something I couldn't. Then he bolted out of the room like something had terrified him. He pushed past my legs so forcefully that I had to steady myself against the doorframe. The entire scene felt wrong. The air in the room seemed different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere right before a thunderstorm. I felt a pressure in my ears, similar to when you're on an airplane during descent. And despite the ceiling light being on, the corners of the room seemed unusually dark, as if the light couldn't quite reach them. I called Maddie's name one more time, practically shouting now, but she remained frozen. I considered going over to shake her, but something stopped me, a feeling of wrongness, like I shouldn't interfere with whatever was happening. It's hard to explain, but in that moment I felt like I was witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see. So I backed out of the room slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I decided to use the bathroom as I'd originally intended, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and imagining things. The bathroom is just down the hall, and I was in there for maybe 2 minutes at most. When I came out and passed Maddie's room again, the door was now completely closed, and no light was visible from underneath. I stood there for a moment, hand hovering over the doorknob, unsure if I should check on her again. Eventually, I convinced myself to open the door just a crack. The room was dark. I could make out Maddie's form under the covers, seemingly fast asleep in a normal position. Her phone was on her nightstand, plugged in and charging. Everything looked completely normal, as if what I'd just witnessed minutes ago had never happened. I closed the door quietly and went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I'd seen over and over in my mind. Had I imagined it? Was I sleepwalking or experiencing some kind of waking dream? I've never had episodes like that before, and I wasn't on any medication that could cause hallucinations. The next morning at breakfast, I casually asked Maddie if she'd had trouble sleeping. "No. Why?" she asked, pouring herself some cereal. "I thought I saw your light on really early this morning," I said, watching her face carefully for any reaction. She looked genuinely confused. "Really? I slept like a rock. I don't remember getting up at all." You don't remember being on your phone around 4:45? She shook her head. Mum, I was completely out until my alarm went off at 6:30. You know I need my beauty sleep, she added with a laugh. I asked if she remembered what she'd dreamed about, thinking maybe she'd been in some kind of sleepwalking state, but she said she couldn't recall any dreams from that night. Throughout the day, other strange details about the incident kept coming back to me. For one, when I saw Maddie in that frozen position, she was wearing a different t-shirt than the one she had on when she went to bed. The one I saw her in during the incident was her old volleyball team shirt from freshman year, one I hadn't seen her wear in ages. But when she got ready for school that morning, she pulled her pajama top, a completely different shirt, from under her pillow where she always keeps it. Also, Cooper's behavior was completely out of character. He's a barker, always has been. He barks at shadows, at leaves blowing across the yard, at absolutely nothing sometimes. But in Maddie's room, he'd been completely silent. And the way he ran out, I've never seen him look so frightened. A week after the incident, I was cleaning Maddie's room while she was at volleyball practice. Yes, I still clean my teenager's room sometimes. Judge me if you want. And I found her old volleyball shirt from freshman year buried in the back of her dresser drawer. This confirmed I hadn't imagined the shirt detail, but it made everything even more perplexing. How could she have been wearing it when it was packed away? I've spent hours researching possible explanations, temporal anomalies, parallel universes, glitches in reality, things I never would have considered before. I've read accounts of people experiencing time slips or moments where reality seems to hiccup, but nothing quite matches what I witnessed. The more I think about it, the more unsettling details I remember. The way Maddie's eyes were fixed on the phone screen but didn't seem to be blinking, how her chest wasn't visibly rising and falling with breath. The way the light in the room seemed to have a slightly different quality than usual, not quite the warm yellow of her ceiling light, but something cooler, almost bluish. I've also been paying closer attention to Cooper's behavior since then. For about 2 weeks after the incident, he refused to go into Maddie's room at all. He would stop at the threshold and whine, his tail tucked between his legs. Eventually he got over it, but he still seems more cautious around her room than before. I haven't told my husband about this. He works nights as an ER nurse and wasn't home when it happened. He's pragmatic and science-minded, and I know he'd try to rationalize it away. Sleep paralysis, on my part, not Maddie's. A waking dream, stress-induced hallucination. But I know what I saw. Maddie has no recollection of the event whatsoever. She insists she slept through the night without interruption. Her phone history doesn't show any videos being watched during those early morning hours. According to all evidence, she was simply asleep like she claims, but I know what I saw. My daughter, suspended in an impossible position, frozen in time, wearing clothes she shouldn't have been wearing, while our dog, who barks at his own shadow, ran silently through her room and then fled in terror. 3 months have passed, and nothing similar has happened since. But I still find myself waking up around 4:30 or 4:45 almost every morning, listening for any sounds from Maddie's room, sometimes getting up to check on her. She's always just sleeping normally. I've installed a cheap security camera in the hallway, claiming it's because I thought I heard someone trying to get in downstairs one night. The real reason is I want evidence if it happens again. So far, nothing unusual has shown up on the recordings. The rational part of my brain tells me there must be a logical explanation. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I dreamed the whole thing in vivid detail while sleepwalking. But the experience felt so real, so visceral. The pressure in my ears, the heaviness of the air, Cooper's fear. Those details are too specific, too tangible to have been imagined. I can't stop wondering what would have happened if I had touched Maddie in that frozen state. Would she have unfrozen? Would she have disappeared? Would I have been pulled into whatever state she was in? Sometimes I'm grateful I didn't interfere, and other times I wish I had. just to know what was really happening. All I know is that for a few minutes one early Tuesday morning, I witnessed something impossible. My daughter suspended in animation, caught between moments, existing in a state I can't explain. And to this day, I have no idea what it means or if it will ever happen again. Story 8. I've never been the type to put much stock in dreams. They come, they go, and by breakfast they're usually just weird fragments that make no sense. But what happened 3 months ago wasn't like that, not even close. It stayed with me, crystal clear, like it happened yesterday. I've been hesitant to share this anywhere because I sound crazy even to myself, but I need to get this out. I was having a pretty normal Tuesday, nothing special. Work was busy but manageable, had takeout for dinner, watched some mindless TV, then headed to bed around 11. I remember feeling tired but not exhausted, just your average weeknight, you know. I fell asleep quickly, and then it happened. I didn't realize I was dreaming at first. There was no hazy transition or weird dream logic where suddenly I could fly or my teeth were falling out. One moment I was drifting off in my bed, and the next I was standing on a street I'd never seen before, yet somehow felt vaguely familiar. The first thing that struck me was the light. Everything looked washed out, like someone had turned down the saturation on the world. Colors existed, but they were muted, faded. The sky wasn't exactly gray, but it wasn't blue either, more like the color of dirty dishwater. There was no sun that I could see, yet everything was evenly lit, with no real shadows anywhere. I was in what seemed to be a city center, but something was deeply wrong about it. The buildings looked both old and new at the same time. Some had modern glass fronts, while others were brick and stone that might have been there for centuries. But all of them had this layer of neglect, dusty windows, peeling paint, faded signs. The strangest part was how these different time periods seemed to bleed into each other. A storefront that looked like it was from the 1950s sat next to what could have been a modern coffee shop, except everything was closed, abandoned. I remember passing a shop window with this huge, faded Guinness mural that looked like it was from the 1920s. But right next to it was what looked like a modern ATM, covered in a thin film of dust. There were no cars on the streets, no birds in the sky, and most importantly, no people, at least not at first. The silence was what really got to me. Cities are never quiet, but this place had absolutely no ambient noise. My footsteps didn't even echo as I walked down the empty street. It was like the air itself was dead, absorbing every sound. I started walking, not really knowing where I was going, just feeling this pull to keep moving forward. I wasn't scared yet, just confused, trying to make sense of where I was. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt real, too real. After walking for what felt like 10 or 15 minutes, I came to what looked like a train station. Not a modern one, but one of those older ones with a grand entrance and high ceilings. The sign above it was missing letters, but I could make out Reminder in faded gold lettering. Inside, the station was dim. The high windows let in that same washed-out light, but it barely penetrated the dusty air. Rows of wooden benches stretched across the main hall, most empty, their varnish cracked and peeling. On the wall opposite the entrance was a bank of what looked like old television screens, the bulky CRT kind, not flat screens. They were on, but showing nothing but static and occasional flickers of what might have been images. The glass was speckled with dead flies. And that's when I saw him, the first person I'd encountered in this place. He was sitting alone on one of the benches, facing the screens. An enormously obese man, maybe in his 50s, wearing a dirty off-white t-shirt stretched tight across his bulk and grey sweatpants that had probably once been black. His skin had this greyish tinge to it, and there was something off about him, like he was less substantial than the bench he sat on. I felt drawn to him, not out of curiosity exactly, but more like I was supposed to interact with him. I approached slowly, my footsteps still making no sound on the tiled floor. "Excuse me," I said. My voice sounded flat, like it wasn't carrying properly. "Can you tell me where we are?" He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept staring at the flickering screens. I moved to stand directly in front of him, between him and the screens. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Nothing. His eyes didn't track me. It was like I wasn't there. Or maybe he wasn't fully there. And then I got this knowledge. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't like someone told me or I figured it out. The information was just suddenly in my head, as real and solid as my own name. This man had died alone in a small, filthy apartment. Heart attack, probably. Nobody had found him for days. Nobody had mourned him. Nobody had even noticed he was gone. And the worst part, he didn't know he was dead. He was just waiting. For what? I don't know. Maybe for someone to tell him what came next. A wave of sadness hit me so hard I nearly doubled over. Not just for him, but because I somehow knew he wasn't the only one. This place was full of people like him, lost, forgotten, stuck in some kind of limbo. I backed away from him, suddenly desperate to leave the station. As I turned around, I noticed something I hadn't seen when I entered. A stairway in the far corner, descending below the station. It looked like a subway entrance, but older, cruder somehow. I don't know why I went toward it. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back the way I came, to get as far away from this place as possible. But that same pull I'd felt earlier was drawing me toward those stairs. The stairway formed a square spiral, going down much deeper than any subway station I'd ever seen. And it was broken, choked. The further down I went, the worse it got. Chunks of concrete had fallen from the ceiling, rebar jutting out like skeletal fingers. Old shopping carts and pieces of furniture had somehow ended up there, creating a twisted obstacle course that got harder to navigate with every step. About 3 flights down, I had to stop. The passage ahead was almost completely blocked with debris, but through the gaps, I could see movement. In the darkness below, things were moving. Things that didn't move like anything I'd ever seen before. They were like spiders, but not. Like the twisted love child of a spider and a human and something else entirely. Multiple limbs, more than 8, moving with this horrible fluid grace through the chaos of the blocked stairwell. I couldn't see them clearly, just glimpses of spiky, chitinous bodies sliding through narrow gaps in the rubble. And they radiated hatred. Not animal hunger or territorial aggression, pure, conscious malevolence. I knew, without a doubt, that these things were aware. They thought, they planned, and they despised everything above them with an intensity that was almost physically painful to be near. One of them paused in its movement. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt it sense me, feel me watching, and it started moving upward, toward me, squeezing through spaces that should have been impossibly small for its size. That's when the fear finally hit me. Real, primal terror that turned my muscles to water. I scrambled backward up the stairs, tripping and scraping my hands on the rough concrete. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The sound of something chitinous scraping against stone followed me, getting closer. I burst back into the main hall of the station, gasping for breath. The obese man still sat there, unmoving, staring at the screens. I ran past. Him, out the main entrance, back onto the empty street. The quality of the light had changed. It was dimmer now, the not-quite sky darkening to the color of an old bruise. And the buildings, they seemed to be slowly crumbling, like watching erosion in fast forward. Bricks were turning to dust, glass was becoming cloudy, and then shattering, all in eerie silence. I ran. I don't know where I thought I was going, but I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. The street seemed to twist and change as I ran, never taking me back to where I started. Every time I thought I recognized a building or a corner, it would shift slightly when I looked directly at it. Finally, I collapsed against what had once been a storefront, now just a facade, with nothing behind it. As I tried to catch my breath, I felt something. A vibration. Not a sound. There were still no sounds, but a tremor running through the ground and up into my body. Looking down the street, I saw them, the things from the stairwell. They'd come up. They were spreading out through the city, moving from building to building, and everywhere they went, reality seemed to dissolve. Not dramatically, not like an explosion or a fire, more like fabric rotting away, revealing nothing behind it. Just absence. One of them noticed me. It changed direction, coming straight toward me with that same horrible, fluid movement. I could see it better now. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but with so many limbs, I couldn't count them. Its body was black, but not like anything black in our world. It was like looking at a hole cut in reality. The only color came from what looked like teeth or spines running along its limbs, glinting with a metallic redness that hurt to look at. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It came closer, those razor appendages clicking against the pavement, 10 feet away, 5, and then I woke up. I sat bolt upright in bed, drenched in sweat, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. My alarm. Clock read 3:17 a.m. The familiar shadows of my bedroom had never looked so welcoming. Most dreams fade within minutes of waking up. The details get fuzzy, the emotions dull. Not this one. It's been 3 months, and I remember every second of it with perfect clarity. Every detail of that washed-out city, the exact pattern of dead flies on those TV screens, the way that thing moved as it came toward me. I've tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, my brain processing anxiety or something I saw in a horror movie, but deep down I know better. That wasn't a dream. It was somewhere else, somewhere real. I think I saw what comes after for some people. Not heaven, not hell, something in between. A waiting room for souls who don't know they're dead or maybe can't accept it. And below that, something worse, something hungry. I've been afraid to sleep deeply ever since. I keep my lights on. I've tried sleeping pills, meditation, even therapy. Nothing helps, because every time I start to drift off, I feel that pull again, like something is trying to draw me back. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear the faint sound of something chitinous scraping against my bedroom wall. Story 9. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened in my apartment last month. I've never been particularly superstitious, but I can't explain what I experienced in any logical way. I've been hesitant to share this with anyone because it sounds absolutely insane, but I need to get this off my chest. I moved into my apartment in Seattle about 6 months ago. It's nothing fancy, just a small one-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an older building downtown. The rent is reasonable considering the location, and I was thrilled to find something within my budget that wasn't a complete dump. The first few months were completely normal. I settled into a routine, decorated the place, and felt at home. Then the weird stuff started happening. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday night. I remember it was a Tuesday because I had a big presentation at work the next day, and I'd been stressing about it all evening. I followed my usual bedtime routine, brushed my teeth, washed my face, plugged my phone into charge, and set my alarm for 7 in the morning. I always keep my phone on the small shelf next to my bed, right by my alarm clock. It's been my habit for years. When I woke up the next morning, my phone wasn't there. At first, I thought maybe it had fallen, but when I looked around, I spotted it on my dresser across the room. Not only was it unplugged from the charger, but the charger itself was unplugged from the wall. I stood there staring at it for a good minute, completely confused. I knew for a fact I had plugged it in before going to bed. I'm obsessive about it because I need my phone for work, and running out of battery midday is my nightmare. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was more stressed than I realized and had sleepwalked, but I've never sleepwalked in my entire life. Still, I chalked it up to stress and went about my day, though the incident lingered in the back of my mind. The second incident happened just 3 days later, and it was even stranger. Again, I plugged in my phone before bed. I like to fall asleep to YouTube videos, usually scary story narrations. I know, probably not the best thing to listen to right before bed, but they relax me for some reason. I set the video to play, put my phone face down on the shelf, and drifted off. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was completely powered off. Now, this might not sound weird to most people, but my phone can't be powered off without first entering my password. It's a security feature. The only way it turns off completely is if the battery dies, but when I turned it back on, it showed 100% battery. That freaked me out. There was literally no way my phone could have turned off by itself. Someone or something had to have done it, but I live alone and my door was locked from the inside. No one could have entered my apartment without me knowing. That night I felt a weird energy in my room. I can't really explain it, just a sense that I wasn't alone. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits, but I found myself speaking out loud to my empty room. Hey, whoever or whatever you are, I'd really appreciate it if you'd leave my phone alone. I need it for work, and it's kind of important. I felt ridiculous talking to nothing, but something compelled me to do it. I wasn't scared, just confused. After that, I went to bed, half expecting to wake up to more phone shenanigans, but nothing happened that night. My phone stayed exactly where I left it, plugged in and charged. I thought maybe that was the end of it, that whatever brief weirdness had invaded my apartment had passed. Then, around 3 in the morning, I suddenly woke up. You know that feeling when you sense someone watching you? That's what it was like. I opened my eyes and saw something. In the dim light filtering through my curtains from the street lamps outside, I could make out a small, shadowy figure standing by my dresser. It was about the size of a child, maybe 3 feet tall at most. The weird thing was, it didn't scare me. Usually, waking up to find a strange figure in your bedroom would be terrifying, but this presence felt almost cute. It had a round head and a small body, and it seemed to be looking at my phone charger with curiosity. When I blinked, it vanished completely. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, and said out loud, "If that was you, you're so cute." Again, I felt silly talking to what was probably just a shadow or a trick of the light, but it felt right to acknowledge it. For the next week, things were quiet. My phone stayed where I put it, fully charged each morning. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Then something happened that made it impossible to deny that something strange was going on in my apartment. My grandfather was visiting that weekend. He's in his 70s, but still works part-time as a consultant, so he always has his work phone with him. On Sunday morning, as he was getting ready to leave, he couldn't find his phone. He was sure he'd left it on the coffee table the night before, but it wasn't there. We tore the apartment apart looking for it. We checked under cushions, in between couch pillows, under furniture, in the bathroom, the kitchen, everywhere. My grandfather was getting increasingly stressed because he had an important call scheduled for that afternoon. After about 20 minutes of frantic searching, I remembered my strange experiences. I excused myself and went to my bedroom, closing the door behind me. I felt a bit crazy, but I spoke quietly into the empty room. "Hey, I don't know if you're here or if you're the one who took my grandpa's phone, but he really needs it back right now. It's super important for his work. Could you please put it back where he can find it? I'd really appreciate it." I waited a moment, feeling the same subtle energy shift I'd felt before, then went back to the living room. My grandfather was on his hands and knees, looking under the couch for the 3rd time. "Let me check again," I said, kneeling down beside him, and there it was. The phone was sitting in plain sight under the couch, in a spot we had both already checked multiple times. My grandfather was relieved but confused. "I swear it wasn't there a minute ago," he muttered, but he was too happy to have found it to question it further. After he left, I sat on my couch thinking about what had happened. There was no way that phone had been there during our initial search. Something, or someone, had placed it there after I asked for it back. That night I did some research online about playful spirits and technological disturbances. I found several accounts of similar experiences, entities that seemed to enjoy moving objects, particularly electronic devices. Many people suggested these spirits were often childlike in nature, more mischievous than malevolent. The next day, I picked up some sage from a local metaphysical shop. I'd never done any kind of cleansing before, but the shop owner walked me through the process. That evening, I burned the sage and walked through my apartment, letting the smoke drift into every corner. As I did this, I specifically thought about not banishing the cute entity I'd seen. I just wanted to clear any negative energy that might be lingering. After the cleansing, I sat in my living room and spoke aloud again. I don't mind sharing my space with you, but I'd appreciate it if you'd leave my electronics alone. I'm not afraid of you, and I don't want you to leave if you don't want to, but we need to respect each other's boundaries. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, my phone has stayed exactly where I put it every night. I haven't seen the small figure again, and the strange energy I felt in my apartment seems to have dissipated. Part of me wonders if the entity moved on after the sage cleansing, despite my intention not to force it out. Or maybe it's still here, but has decided to respect my wishes. Sometimes I miss the little presence. As weird as it sounds, there was something comforting about sharing my space with that cute little entity. I've started leaving small trinkets out, shiny coins, colorful stones, just in case it's still around and wants something to play with besides my phone. I still don't know what to make of the whole experience. Was it a ghost, a spirit, some kind of interdimensional being, or am I just losing my mind? All I know is that something was in my apartment. It liked to mess with phones, and for some reason it listened when I asked it to stop. Sometimes late at night, I think I feel that same energy again, just briefly, like something small and curious is watching me from the shadows, but my phone stays put, and for that I'm grateful. Story 10. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened in that house. It's been 3 years since Nathan and I moved out, but the memories are as fresh as if it all happened yesterday. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling that familiar pressure on my chest. It started almost immediately after I moved in with Nathan. His place was this older home in rural Australia, about 40 minutes from the nearest town. I was so excited to start our life together after doing long distance for nearly a year. The isolation didn't bother me initially. It was peaceful, surrounded by nature, and I thought it would be the perfect place for us. The first few nights were fine, normal adjustment period stuff. But by the end of the first week, I started experiencing things. It always happened at night. I'd be drifting off to sleep when this crushing weight would settle on my chest. Not like sleep paralysis, I could move, but breathing became difficult, like something was sitting on me. What made it worse were the visions. Whenever I closed my eyes, I'd see flashes of things, faces, places I didn't recognize, sometimes disturbing images that made no sense. I'd snap my eyes open, gasping, only to find the room exactly as it was, with Nathan sleeping peacefully beside me. I didn't tell Nathan at first. I thought maybe it was stress from the move, or my mind playing tricks. But then the bruises started appearing. I'd wake up with them on my arms, my legs, sometimes on my back, places I couldn't have bumped during the night. They were always in these weird patterns, not like I'd knocked into something. After about 2 weeks of this, I finally broke down and told Nathan. He seemed concerned but not surprised, which struck me as odd. He just said, "This house has always had a certain energy to it." That's when I first started wondering what exactly I'd gotten myself into. The turning point happened on a Thursday night, about 3 weeks after I'd moved in. I couldn't sleep. The pressure on my chest had been particularly bad that evening. Around 1:30 in the morning, I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Nathan, and went outside for some fresh air. It was a clear night, stars everywhere. Living away from the city means you get these incredible night skies that just go on forever. I was sitting on the porch steps, breathing deeply, trying to clear my head, when something caught my eye. Nathan's car was parked about 20 meters from the house. Suddenly, the hazard lights started flashing. Not steadily like they should, but in this erratic pattern, flash, flash, pause, flash, 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 long pause. It was almost like someone was playing with the button. Here's the thing, the hazard button in Nathan's car had been broken for months. He'd told me about it when I first arrived. It only worked if you physically held it down with constant pressure. It wasn't something that could just turn on by itself. I froze, watching those lights flash in that bizarre rhythm. After about 30 seconds, I called for Nathan. He came outside rubbing his eyes, then stopped dead when he saw the car. We walked toward it together. The closer we got, the more irregular the flashing became, until we were about 5 meters away. Then it just stopped. Complete darkness and silence. Nathan opened the driver's side door. The key wasn't in the ignition. Nothing was disturbed. But the air inside the car was freezing cold, despite it being a warm summer night. "I saw something," Nathan whispered, looking at the center console where the hazard button was located. "What?" My voice came out higher than I intended. "A hand, just for a second. It was pressing the button." He swallowed hard. It wasn't solid. I could see through it." We went back inside, neither of us saying much. I couldn't sleep and neither could Nathan. We sat in the kitchen with mugs of tea, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. That's when it happened again. I felt it first, like fingers lightly grazing down my spine. I jumped up from my chair, spinning around, but there was nothing there. "What's wrong?" Nathan asked, looking alarmed. Before I could answer, he jerked forward, his hand flying to his back. "Something just touched me," he said, his face pale. "Right down my spine." "That's exactly what I felt," I said. We compared notes and realized whatever had touched us had done it in exactly the same spot on our backs. That was when I knew this wasn't just my imagination. Something was in that house with us, and it was getting bolder. The next day, we moved our bed into the spare room, thinking maybe there was something specific about our bedroom. For a few nights, it worked. The pressure on my chest disappeared, and I slept without nightmares or visions. But any time I went into the original bedroom, even just to grab clothes, the sensations would start again. The air would feel thick, my breathing would become labored, and I'd start seeing flashes behind my eyelids, even when I blinked. About a week after the car incident, Nathan finally told me something he should have mentioned before I moved in. "There's something in the wardrobe," he said quietly one evening. "What do you mean?" I asked, though part of me already knew. "In our original bedroom, the wardrobe. I've always felt something there, watching. Sometimes I think I see movement from the corner of my eye, but when I look directly, there's nothing." I'd been avoiding that wardrobe instinctively from the beginning. It was the focal point of the negative energy in the room. Whenever I got near it, the air felt charged, like right before a lightning storm. After that, things escalated quickly. The shower lights would flicker and die whenever I was in there alone, only to stabilize the moment Nathan joined me. Doors would open against the wind. Objects would be in different places than where we left them. The physical manifestations became more frequent too. One night, I woke to find what looked like fingerprints pressing into my skin in real time, appearing before my eyes on my forearm, leaving those same bruises I'd been getting from the beginning. It was around this time that Nathan finally told me about his family's beliefs regarding the house. His mother had always said there was a ghost that lived primarily in the garage, but sometimes came into the house. Most disturbing of all, she believed it was Nathan's twin brother. "My mother had twins," he explained, his voice hollow. "But only I survived. My brother died in the womb. Mum's always believed his spirit stayed with us. That revelation sent chills through me. It explained why Nathan hadn't been surprised by my experiences. He'd grown up with this presence. It was normal to him. But I don't think it was just his brother. As time went on, we began trying to communicate with whatever was in the house. We're not ghost hunters or anything, but we were desperate for answers. Using a simple yes-no system with lights, 1 flicker for yes, 2 for no, we established that there were actually multiple spirits. Nathan's brother seemed to be the most prominent, but there was also the energy of a friend of Nathan's who had died in a biking accident when they were teenagers. The activity continued to intensify over the next few months. Things would fly across rooms when we argued. The TV would turn onto static in the middle of the night. I'd find whispers recorded on my phone after leaving it in empty rooms. Finally, after 6 months, I couldn't take it anymore. I told Nathan we needed to move. He was reluctant at first. This was his family home after all, but after a particularly frightening night where we both woke to find all the furniture in our bedroom rearranged while we slept, he agreed. His mother was furious when we told her. "You can't leave," she insisted. "They won't let you." I didn't understand what she meant at the time. We found a small apartment in town and moved quickly. The first few nights were blissfully quiet. I slept without pressure on my chest for the first time in months. No visions, no bruises, no unexplained phenomena. Then, on our 4th night in the new place, it started again. The lights flickered, objects moved. I felt that familiar touch down my spine. They had followed us. The most violent incident happened about a week after we moved. We were having dinner when every single cabinet in the kitchen flew open simultaneously, dishes shooting out to shatter against the walls. It was like a temper tantrum, like they were angry we had tried to leave them behind. That's when I understood what Nathan's mother meant. The spirits hadn't been attached to the house, they were attached to us. To Nathan specifically, who had shared a womb with one of them. We still experience activity to this day, though it's less frequent and less aggressive. It's like they've accepted that we're not going back to the house, so they've settled into a new routine with us. Sometimes I still wake with that pressure on my chest. Nathan still occasionally sees his brother's transparent hand reaching for him. I don't know if we'll ever be truly free of them. The attachment seems too strong, the connection too deep. All I know is that what happened in that house changed me forever. I no longer doubt that there are things in this world we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between what we can see and touch, and sometimes they reach back. Story 11. I've never been someone who believes in the paranormal. Ghost stories, hauntings, unexplained phenomena, I always chalk them up to overactive imaginations or people wanting attention. But something happened to me last year during what was supposed to be a relaxing vacation that I still can't explain, and it shook me to my core. I had been planning this Hawaiian getaway for months. Work had been insanely stressful, and I desperately needed to disconnect from everything. My job, social media, all of it. I splurged on a nice condo at the Hilton Turtle Bay Resort on Oahu's North Shore. The pictures online looked amazing. Ocean views, modern furnishings, all the amenities you could want. It cost me a small fortune, but I figured I deserved it after the year I'd had. My friend Ethan was supposed to join me from the beginning, but he couldn't get off work until the 2nd day, so I arrived alone. The flight to Hawaii was long but uneventful. When I finally made it to the resort, I was immediately struck by how beautiful it was. Palm trees swaying in the breeze, the sound of waves crashing nearby, that unmistakable tropical smell in the air. The stress was already melting away. The condo itself was even better than the pictures. It was a 2-story unit with a spacious living area and kitchen downstairs and a master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom upstairs. There was also a smaller bedroom downstairs where Ethan would stay when he arrived. Everything was immaculate, gleaming countertops, plush furniture, a massive TV. I couldn't believe my luck. After unpacking, I headed straight to the beach. I spent the rest of the afternoon swimming, sunbathing, and walking along the shore. By evening, I was exhausted, but in the best way possible. I grabbed dinner at one of the resort restaurants, had a couple of Mai Tais, and headed back to the condo around 9 o'clock. I took a long shower, then settled into the master bedroom upstairs. The bed was incredible, king-sized with what felt like 1,000 thread-count sheets and the fluffiest pillows I'd ever felt. I turned on the TV for a bit, but my eyelids grew heavy pretty quickly. I switched everything off around 10:30 and drifted off to sleep almost immediately. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, but I know it was sudden. 1 second I was deep in dreamless sleep. The next I was bolt upright, my heart racing. Someone was in the room with me, not just someone, a woman, and she was screaming, "Get the fuck out!" The voice was so clear, so close, that I instinctively scrambled backward until my back hit the headboard. I fumbled for the bedside lamp, my fingers shaking as I finally found the switch and flooded the room with light. There was no one there. I sat frozen, straining to hear anything. The room was completely silent except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. I got up and checked the bathroom, looked under the bed, opened the closet. Nothing. I even went downstairs to make sure no one had broken in. But the condo was secure, doors locked, windows closed. "You're just tired," I told myself. It was probably just one of those weird half-dream things that happen when you're falling asleep. I'd read about hypnagogic hallucinations before, auditory or visual experiences that can happen as you're drifting off. That had to be it. I went back upstairs, got back into bed, and turned off the light. My heart was still beating faster than normal, but I was calming down. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. I must have been on the edge of sleep when it happened again. This time, it was louder, more forceful, and I swear I felt breath on my face. "Get the fuck out! This is my room!" I jerked upright, gasping, my body covered in cold sweat. I turned on the light again, my hand shaking so badly I knocked over a glass of water on the nightstand. Once again, the room was empty. This time I was genuinely scared. It wasn't a dream, I hadn't been asleep yet. And it wasn't just in my head. The voice had been so real, so present, that I could have sworn someone was standing right next to the bed screaming at me. I sat there for a long time, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was the stress of the past few months finally catching up with me. Maybe something about the unfamiliar environment was messing with my head. Whatever the explanation, I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to be able to sleep in that room. I grabbed my pillow and phone, then stopped at the doorway. I don't know what possessed me to do this. Maybe it was defiance, or just the absurdity of the situation. But I turned back toward the empty room. "Look," I said aloud, feeling ridiculous but determined. "I don't know what's going on here, but I paid a lot of money for this place. I won't sleep in this bedroom if that's what you want, but I'm not leaving the condo." No response, of course, just the soft hum of the air conditioning. I went downstairs and made up the couch as best I could. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as that amazing bed upstairs, but there was no way I was going back up there. I left the TV on low volume for company and eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, in the bright Hawaiian sunshine, the whole thing seemed silly. I'd let my imagination run wild in an unfamiliar place. I made coffee and sat on the lanai, watching the ocean and feeling much better. I decided not to mention anything about my weird experience to Ethan when he arrived. He'd just think I was losing it. Ethan's flight got in around 4 in the afternoon. I picked him up at the airport, and we grabbed dinner at a local place he'd researched. I deliberately avoided talking about my first night in the condo. We had a great time catching up, and by the time we got back to the resort, it was past 9. I showed him around the place, and when we got to the sleeping arrangements, I casually offered him the master bedroom upstairs. "You sure?" he asked. "It's your vacation too." "Yeah, totally," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "The couch is actually super comfortable, and I kind of like falling asleep to the TV." He didn't question it further, just thanked me and took his bags upstairs. I settled onto the couch and turned on a basketball game, trying not to think about what had happened the night before. Ethan was a total skeptic about anything supernatural, even more than me, so I figured if anything weird happened, he'd find a logical explanation. About 30 minutes later, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Ethan appeared looking visibly upset. "What the hell, man?" he said, dropping his bag on the floor. "What?" I asked, genuinely confused. "Why didn't you warn me about what's upstairs?" My blood ran cold. "What do you mean? What happened?" He looked at me like I was playing dumb. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. The woman, the screaming." I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. "You heard it too?" Now it was his turn to look confused. "Wait, you've experienced it? Why didn't you say anything?" I explained what had happened to me the night before. The voice, the screaming, how I'd convinced myself it was just my imagination or stress. "Well, it's not your imagination," Ethan said, sitting heavily on the couch beside me. "I was just about to fall asleep when I heard a woman screaming right in my ear, telling me to get out of her room, clear as day, like she was standing right there." "What did you do?" I asked. I jumped up and turned on the light. Nothing there, of course. I checked everywhere, closet, bathroom, under the bed. Then I thought maybe someone was playing a prank, so I went out onto the balcony to see if someone could have projected sound into the room somehow. Nothing. We sat in silence for a moment, processing what this meant. Ethan had no way of knowing what I'd experienced. I hadn't told a soul about it. Yet he'd heard the exact same thing, a woman's voice screaming at him to get out of her room. "So what do we do?" he finally asked. "Call the front desk? Tell them their condo is haunted?" I could just imagine how that conversation would go. They'd think we're crazy, or trying to scam them for a refund or something. "We could try to switch rooms," he suggested. "It's peak season. Everything's booked solid. That's why I reserved this place 3 months ago." "So we just don't use the bedroom for the whole week?" I nodded slowly. "That's what I was planning to do before you got here. We have the pull-out couch and that daybed in the downstairs bedroom. It's not ideal, but better than being screamed at by a ghost," Ethan finished. We decided to make the best of it. We moved all our stuff downstairs and set up our sleeping spaces as comfortably as possible. Neither of us went back up to the master bedroom that night. The next morning, we debated whether to just pack up and find another place, but everything decent was booked, and we'd already paid in full for the condo. We were both pretty practical guys, so we figured as long as we stayed out of her room, we could still enjoy our vacation. And that's exactly what we did. We spent our days surfing, hiking, exploring the island, and our nights hanging out downstairs in the condo. We never went back up to the master bedroom. Once, Ethan wanted to grab something from the upstairs bathroom during the day, and the moment he set foot on the top step, the temperature in the stairwell dropped noticeably. He backed down immediately, and we both agreed it wasn't worth pushing our luck. The strangest part is that nothing else weird happened during our stay. No objects moving, no mysterious sounds, no flickering lights. None of the stuff you see in movies. Just a perfectly normal vacation home with one room that was clearly off limits. We never told anyone at the resort about our experience. What would we even say? That we paid for a 2-bedroom condo but only used one because a ghost woman was territorial about the master suite? We'd sound insane. It's been over a year now, and I still can't explain what happened. Ethan and I don't talk about it much, but when we do, we always come to the same conclusion. Whatever or whoever was in that room, she made it very clear that she considered it hers, and she wasn't willing to share. Sometimes I think about looking up the history of the resort, seeing if anyone died there, or if there are other reports of strange experiences in that particular condo. But another part of me doesn't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. All I know is that I used to be certain that ghost stories were just that, stories. Now, I'm not so sure, and I definitely check reviews a lot more carefully when booking accommodations. Story 12. I can't believe I'm finally writing this down after all these years. I've been carrying this memory for 13 years now, and it still feels like it happened yesterday. I'm 23 now, but I've never been able to shake what happened when I was 5. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It was late September in our small town of Pinewood, where everyone knows everyone and nothing exciting ever happens. We lived in one of those old farmhouses set back from the main road, with acres of empty land stretching behind us into the woods. My dad worked nights at the paper mill back then, so it was just me and Mom at home most evenings. That particular night, I remember being allowed to stay up later than usual. Mom was busy inside cleaning up after dinner, and I was playing in our front yard. Even though it was around 9 in the evening, I was still full of energy. Our porch light cast a small yellow glow, and there was one street lamp at the end of our driveway, but beyond that, pure darkness. No stars that night, just black. I was playing with my favorite doll, the one with the blue dress that Grandma had given me for my birthday. I remember the air being cool but not cold, that perfect fall temperature where you don't need more than a light sweater. The crickets were making their night sounds, and occasionally I'd hear an owl somewhere in the distance. I don't know what made me look up. I didn't hear footsteps or anything. One moment I was alone, and the next, there he was, standing just at the edge where the light from our porch faded into darkness. The man looked about 60 or so, with the whitest hair I'd ever seen. Not grey or silver, pure white, like fresh snow. He wore glasses with thin metal frames that reflected the porch light, and behind them were these eyes. God, those eyes. They were the palest, clearest blue I've ever seen on a person. Almost transparent, like looking into shallow water on a sunny day. He was dressed in a red plaid flannel shirt. I remember the pattern so clearly because it reminded me of the tablecloth my grandmother used for Christmas dinners. He had on these forest green pants and regular sneakers, nothing fancy. His skin was incredibly pale, like he'd never spent a day in the sun. The strangest thing was that I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. In fact, I felt happy. Just looking at him filled me with this overwhelming sense of peace that I can't properly explain. It was like being wrapped in the softest, warmest blanket on a cold day. He smiled at me, and it was the kindest smile I've ever seen. Then he walked over, his movements smooth and gentle, and knelt down beside me where I was playing. "Hello, Maria," he said. His voice was soft but clear, like wind chimes. I wasn't surprised that he knew my name. In my 5-year-old mind, it made perfect sense that he would know me. "Hi," I replied, completely at ease. "What a beautiful doll you have there," he said, gesturing to my toy. "Her name is Lily," I told him proudly. He nodded, as if this was very important information. "That's a lovely name." Then he held out his hand to me. "I was thinking we could go visit some relatives. Would you like that?" I didn't question which relatives he meant. I just knew I wanted to go with him. I put my small hand in his, and it felt different. Not cold or warm, but somehow both and neither at the same time. His skin was smooth, with no calluses or rough spots. As he gently took my hand and began to lead me toward the road, I felt completely at peace. I didn't think about my mom or wonder where we were going. All I knew was that I was happy walking with this strange man who didn't feel strange at all. We had only taken a few steps toward the darkness beyond our property when I heard my mother's voice cut through the night. "Maria! Maria! Where are you going?" There was panic in her voice, raw and real. I turned toward the sound, momentarily distracted. The man gently released my hand, his fingers sliding away from mine with what felt like reluctance. "It's all right," he said, his voice still calm and soothing. "Your mother needs you now." Then he leaned down slightly and said something I've never forgotten. "Someday, we will meet again." I felt an unexpected wave of disappointment wash over me. I didn't want him to leave. Being near him had given me a feeling I couldn't describe then, and still struggled to put into words now, like being completely safe and loved and understood all at once. "Maria!" My mother was running toward us now, her voice sharp with fear. I turned to look at her for just a second, and when I looked back, the man was already walking away. He didn't rush or run, he just walked calmly into the darkness beyond our property. I watched him go, feeling strangely sad as he disappeared into the black night. My mother grabbed me, her fingers digging into my shoulders as she knelt down in front of me. "What were you doing? Where were you going?" She was shaking, her eyes wild with fear as she checked me over. "The man was taking me to see relatives," I explained, pointing to where he had vanished. My mother's face went pale. She looked in the direction I was pointing, then scanned the entire area, her body tense. "What man, Maria? There's no one here." "The nice man with the white hair and blue eyes," I insisted. "He was just here." Mum pulled me close, hugging me tightly. "There was no man, honey. You were walking toward the road all by yourself. You can't do that, especially at night. You could get hurt." I tried to explain again about the man in the red plaid shirt and green pants, but she just held me tighter and carried me inside, locking the door behind us. That night, she made me sleep in her bed, and I remember her getting up several times to check the locks on the doors and windows. Over the next few days, Mum asked me more questions about the man I said I saw. Each time I described him exactly the same way. White hair, pale blue eyes, glasses, red plaid shirt, green pants. I never wavered in my description because I remembered him perfectly. Mom seemed worried, and I overheard her on the phone with my dad and later with the local police, describing a potential stranger danger situation. The police came by, and I told them the same story. They searched the area but found nothing. No footprints besides my own small ones, no evidence that anyone had been on our property. They told my parents to keep a closer eye on me and suggested I might have an imaginary friend that seemed very real to me. But I knew he was real. I could still feel the strange texture of his hand holding mine, still see the exact pattern of his plaid shirt, still feel that inexplicable peace he had brought with him. As I got older, I started to question my own memory. Maybe it had been a dream, or my imagination running wild. But then, I'd remember specific details, like how his glasses had a tiny scratch on the left lens, or how the third button of his shirt was slightly looser than the others. These weren't things a 5-year-old would invent. When I was 13, I found the courage to bring it up with my mother again. We were looking through old photo albums. When I asked, "Mom, do you remember that man who tried to take me when I was 5? Her reaction was strange. She went completely still, her hand hovering over the page she'd been about to turn. Without looking at me, she said, "There was no man, Maria. I've told you that. You were alone, walking toward the road by yourself." "But I remember him so clearly," I insisted. "He had white hair and—" "Stop it!" Her voice was sharp, something rare for my gentle mother. "There was no man there. I saw you with my own eyes. You were completely alone, walking away from the house. It was just you." The certainty in her voice shook me. My mother had never been one to lie, especially about something so important. Could she be right? Had I really been alone that night? I started to doubt myself even more after that conversation. Maybe I had made him up. Maybe the memory had formed after hearing my mother tell the story so many times. But deep down, I knew what I had experienced was real. When I turned 18, I decided to confront my mother one last time. I was heading off to college soon, and I wanted answers before I left. We were alone in the house, sitting at the kitchen table drinking tea, when I brought it up again. "Mom, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me," I began. "That night when I was 5, walking toward the road, was there really no one with me?" She set down her cup slowly. For a moment, I thought she would brush me off again, but instead she sighed deeply and looked me straight in the eyes. "Maria, I have never lied to you about this. When I looked out the window and saw you walking toward the road, you were completely alone. There was no one holding your hand. There was no man in a plaid shirt. It was just you, moving like you were in some kind of trance." She reached across the table and took my hand. I was terrified. The way you were walking, it wasn't normal. You looked like you were being pulled by something I couldn't see. A chill ran through me. "But I remember him so clearly," I whispered. "I know you think you do," she said gently. "But there was no one there, honey. Not that I could see, anyway." That conversation changed everything for me. If my mother couldn't see the man who was right beside me, what did that mean? I began researching similar experiences, falling down rabbit holes of supernatural encounters and paranormal phenomena. I read about guardian angels, spirit guides, and other worldly beings who appear to children. Some nights I lie awake wondering if he'll ever return like he promised. "Someday we will meet again," he said. What did he mean by that? Was he coming back for me specifically, or was it just something kind to say to a child? And why did he want to take me in the first place? The thing that haunts me most is that feeling of peace and happiness I experienced in his presence. I've never felt anything like it since, not even with people I love deeply. It was a kind of contentment that doesn't seem to exist in normal human interactions. I'm 23 now, and I still don't have answers. Sometimes I wonder if he was trying to lead me into danger, but that doesn't align with how I felt with him. There was nothing malevolent about his presence, quite the opposite. If he had wanted to harm me, why would he let me go so easily when my mother called? I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, objects moving on their own, dreams that came true, momentary glimpses of figures that shouldn't be there. But nothing compares to that encounter. I still watch for him sometimes, especially on dark nights when the stars are hidden. Part of me hopes to see him again, to finally get answers about who or what he was. Another part of me is terrified of what those answers might be. All I know for certain is that something happened that night, something my mother couldn't see and that defies explanation. And somewhere out there, a man with white hair and pale blue eyes might be waiting to fulfill his promise. Someday we will meet again. Lesage. Story 13. I've held on to this memory for 20 years now, and I still don't have any answers. I was 8 years old when it happened, spending the summer at my grandmother's house in King River. It's one of those small towns where nothing ever happens. You know, the kind with one grocery store and where everyone knows everyone else's business. My cousin Marcus was 11 at the time. We weren't super close or anything, but our mums would arrange these visits so we could hang out while they caught up. That particular day was hot, like mid-July, scorching hot. The kind where the pavement practically melts your sneakers. Grandma's house was this old Victorian thing with peeling blue paint and a massive front yard that seemed like a football field to me back then. We'd been playing in the yard all morning, just typical kid stuff. I remember we had these water guns and were having this epic battle. Marcus was always more athletic than me, so he was winning, of course. I was soaked and trying to hide behind this old oak tree in the yard when it happened. It was the weirdest thing. Like someone had snapped their fingers and suddenly both of us just stopped. I can't explain it any other way. We both turned our heads toward the street at the exact same moment. I didn't hear anything or see anything moving from the corner of my eye. There was no reason for us to look, but we did. At the exact same time, in the exact same direction. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing next to one of the big maple trees that lined the street in front of my grandma's house. He was just standing there, not moving, not doing anything, just standing. And the literal second our eyes landed on him, he turned and walked behind the tree. It wasn't like he was trying to hide or anything. It was more like he was expecting us to look at him, and the moment we did, he casually stepped behind the tree like it was the most normal thing in the world. But the way he moved, I still remember that. It wasn't rushed, but it was deliberate, like he had timed it perfectly. Marcus and I looked at each other, and I could tell he'd seen it too. We didn't say a word, we just ran. Both of us sprinted toward that tree like our lives depended on it. I remember my heart pounding in my chest. Not from fear exactly, but from this weird excitement mixed with confusion. It couldn't have taken us more than 10 seconds to reach the tree, maybe 15 at most. But when we got there, nobody was there. The man was gone, completely gone. I immediately looked up, thinking maybe he'd climbed the tree. Nothing. Marcus ran around to check the other side of the street, thinking the guy had bolted across. Nothing there either. There were no other trees close enough for him to have hidden behind, no cars parked nearby that he could have ducked into, no bushes or fences, just open lawns and empty sidewalks. The only explanation that made any sense was that he'd run straight back, somehow keeping perfectly aligned with the tree from our perspective so we couldn't see him. But to do that, he would have needed to move faster than we could run to the tree. And there was nowhere to go. The houses behind were too far away. He would have been clearly visible running across those open lawns. "Did you see that?" Marcus finally asked, his voice kind of shaky. "Yeah," I said. "Where did he go?" We looked around for another 5 minutes or so, checking every possible hiding spot. Nothing. It was like the man had just disappeared into thin air. The weird thing is, after that, we never talked about it again. Not that day, not the next day, not ever. It was like we both silently agreed to pretend it never happened. Kids are like that sometimes. When something doesn't make sense, you just file it away and move on to the next game. After that summer, Marcus and I saw each other less and less. His family moved a couple hours away, and we only met at occasional family reunions. By high school, we'd pretty much lost touch completely. I'm 28 now, and I still think about that day sometimes. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just some guy who happened to be really fast. Maybe there was a hidden path or something I didn't notice as a kid. Maybe he ducked down behind a parked car I've forgotten about, but none of those explanations ever feel right. About 5 years ago, I brought it up to my mom. I don't know why. It just came up somehow when we were talking about old memories from Grandma's house. I told her about the man and how he disappeared, expecting her to laugh it off. Instead, she got this weird look on her face and said, "Oh, Marcus probably just arranged for a friend to play a trick on you." But that made no sense. Why would my cousin set up such an elaborate prank during a random visit? And how would that explain the man's impossible disappearance? Plus, the way Marcus reacted, he was just as confused and freaked out as I was. There's no way he was faking that. The strangest part is that I can barely remember what the man looked like. I have this vague impression of someone in a dark suit, maybe with sunglasses, kind of like those Men in Black guys from the movies. But I honestly can't be sure if that's really what I saw, or if my brain has filled in details from movies I've seen since then. What I do remember clearly is the feeling. That sudden, simultaneous awareness that made Marcus and me look at the exact same spot at the exact same time. The way the man seemed to be waiting for us to notice him. The way he disappeared so completely in the span of seconds. I've tried to find Marcus online a few times. He's not on social media much, but I found him on LinkedIn a while back. I thought about messaging him, asking if he remembered that day, but something always stopped me. Maybe I'm afraid he won't remember it at all and I'll feel crazy. Or worse, maybe he'll remember it differently and I'll have to question my own memory even more than I already do. Last year, I drove through King River on my way to a conference. Grandma passed away years ago and a new family lives in her house now. I pulled over across the street and just sat there for a while, staring at those trees. They're bigger now, of course, but still there. I half expected to see that man again, standing beside one of them, waiting for me to notice him. I've read about shared hallucinations and mass hysteria, but those usually involve larger groups of people, not just two kids. I've also considered that maybe it was just some normal guy who freaked out when he saw two kids running toward him and took off. But that doesn't explain how he disappeared so completely, so quickly. There's a part of me that wonders if we interrupted something that day. Like maybe the man was doing something he shouldn't have been, and when he realized we'd seen him, he had to make himself scarce. But what could he have been doing, just standing next to a tree in broad daylight? The memory has this dreamlike quality now, fuzzy around the edges, but with certain details still crystal clear. The heat of that summer day, the weight of the water gun in my hands, the expression on Marcus's face when we both realized the man was gone. The absolute certainty that what we'd seen wasn't normal. I've never experienced anything like it since then. No other unexplainable disappearances, no other moments of strange synchronicity with another person. Just that one day, that one moment that has stayed with me for 20 years. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back to King River, knock on my old grandma's door, and ask the new owners if they've ever seen anything strange near those trees. But what would I even say? Hey, when I was 8, I saw a man disappear into thin air right where your kids probably wait for the school bus now. They'd think I was crazy. Sometimes I think I am crazy. But then I remember Marcus saw it too. Unless my memory of his reaction is also wrong. The older I get, the more I realize how fragile memory is, how easily it can be distorted or rewritten. But this one memory refuses to fade or change. It sits there in my mind, a puzzle with missing pieces that I'll probably never find. I've tried to convince myself it was nothing, just a weird coincidence, a trick of the light, a misunderstanding. But deep down, I know what I saw. A man appeared. We noticed him. He walked behind a tree, and then he was gone. Vanished. As if he'd never been there at all. 20 years later, and I still look at trees differently. I still expect to see someone standing beside them, waiting for me to notice. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I wonder if he's still out there somewhere, stepping behind trees and disappearing into nothing. I just wish I knew what he wanted. Or maybe I don't. Maybe some questions are better left unanswered. Story 14. I've never really told this story properly before. I mean, I've mentioned bits of it to my wife and a couple of close mates, but I've never laid it all out like this. Some things just stick with you forever, don't they? This is one of those things for me. I grew up in Hawthorne, this little rural town in Hertfordshire. Nothing special about it really, just your typical English countryside village where everyone knows everyone's business. The kind of place where the most exciting thing that happens is when someone paints their front door a different color. Except we had this abandoned World War II airfield on the edge of town. For us kids, that place was magical. A massive playground of concrete runways, crumbling buildings, and overgrown taxiways. My parents would have had a fit if they knew half the places we explored. This happened back in 1992. I was 8 years old, and it was during the summer holidays. Me and my 3 mates, Danny, Marcus, and Paul, we were always together, like a little pack. We'd spend all day on our bikes, only coming home when the streetlights came on. That particular day was hot, proper summer weather. We'd spent the morning messing about in the woods and were trying to decide what to do next. We were at our usual meeting spot, this little patch of grass near the housing estate where we all lived. Should we check out the airfield again? Danny suggested, taking a swig from his water bottle. We could try to get into that building we couldn't open last time. I remember shrugging, not really bothered either way. Marcus was about to say something when Paul suddenly went quiet, staring past us. "Who's that lady?" he asked, pointing toward the edge of the airfield, where an old air raid shelter stood. We all turned to look. About 150 meters away, standing near the entrance to the shelter, was a woman. She was just standing there, looking at us. Even from that distance, something felt odd about her. She was wearing what looked like a white summer dress, which stood out against the dull concrete of the shelter. Her hair was dark, maybe brown or black, and she wasn't moving at all, just watching. "Maybe she needs help," Marcus said, always the sensible one. "Let's go see," I replied, already jumping on my bike. We set off toward her, pedaling quickly across the grassy area that separated us from the old shelter. It couldn't have taken us more than a minute to get there, maybe less. We weren't exactly being careful, bouncing over the uneven ground, our wheels sending up little puffs of dust from the dry earth. When we reached the shelter, we skidded to a halt, letting our bikes drop to the ground. But there was no one there, just the empty entrance to the half-buried concrete structure. "Where'd she go?" Danny asked, looking around confused. "She must have gone inside," Paul said, peering into the dark entrance. I remember feeling suddenly cold, despite the summer heat. The shelter entrance was a black rectangle in the concrete wall, like a mouth waiting to swallow someone. The air around it felt different somehow, heavier. "Hello?" Marcus called out, his voice echoing slightly. "Are you okay in there?" No answer. We looked at each other, unsure what to do. None of us were particularly keen to go inside the shelter. It was dark in there, and we'd heard stories about homeless people using these old structures. Plus, our parents had always warned us about going into places like that, but we were also worried that maybe she was hurt or something. What if she'd fallen? "I'll go check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "You lot wait here." I took a few steps toward the entrance, my heart thumping in my chest. The concrete was cool as I placed my hand against the wall, steadying myself as my eyes adjusted to the gloom. "Hello? Lady? Are you okay?" I called into the darkness. Nothing. Just the sound of dripping water somewhere inside. I took a deep breath and stepped in further, the sunlight behind me casting my shadow long against the floor. The shelter wasn't big, just a single room about the size of a classroom with bench seating along the walls. It smelled of damp earth and something else I couldn't identify, something unpleasant. I could see well enough to tell there was nobody in there, just some old beer cans and crisp packets left by teenagers. I backed out quickly, relieved to be in the sunlight again. "She's not in there," I told the others, who were waiting anxiously. "That's weird," Paul said, looking around. "Where did she go then?" We searched the area for about 10 minutes, checking behind the shelter, looking for paths she might have taken. But there was nothing. No sign anyone had been there at all. The grass wasn't even disturbed, except where our bikes had made tracks. "Maybe we imagined it," Danny suggested, but we all knew we hadn't. We'd all seen her, clear as day. Eventually, we gave up and went back to our original plan of exploring the airfield. But the mood had changed. We were quieter, jumpier. Every shadow seemed to hide something watching us. We went home earlier than usual that day. We didn't talk about it much afterward. Kids are good at compartmentalizing weird stuff, I guess. It became just another strange thing that happened one summer, filed away with scraped knees and trading cards, until years later. We were in our early 20s, the four of us out for drinks during Christmas break when we were all back from university. We'd had a few and were reminiscing about the old days, laughing about the trouble we used to get into. "Remember that time we found that huge stash of porn magazines in the woods?" Danny laughed. Or when we tried to build that raft for the pond, and it sank immediately, Paul added. What about that woman by the air raid shelter? I said, the memory suddenly clear in my mind despite the years. The one who disappeared. The table went quiet. They all remembered. That was properly weird, wasn't it? Marcus said finally. I've thought about that sometimes. Actually, I said, feeling suddenly nervous about what I was about to share, there's something I never told you lot about that. They all looked at me expectantly. A few years back I got interested in the history of the airfield, did some research at the local library, went through old newspaper archives, and I found something. I took a swig of my beer, stalling a bit. There was an article from 1957 about a woman who killed her baby in that air raid shelter, then herself. They found them both there the next day. The silence at our table felt heavy. You're having us on, Danny said, but his voice lacked conviction. I'm not. I've got a photocopy of the article at home. Her name was Elizabeth Harrow. Her husband was a pilot who died in the war. She'd been suffering from what they called melancholia back then. Depression, I suppose. Paul shook his head. That's messed up, but it doesn't mean what we saw was a ghost, I finished for him. No, it doesn't, except I saw her again. Now they were really staring at me. When? Marcus asked. When I was 15 or 16. Remember when my uncle was renovating that house at the end of the old runway? The summer I helped him with the painting and stuff. They nodded. I was working late one night. Must have been July or August. It was really bright because of the full moon. Uncle Steve offered to drive me home, but I said I'd cycle. It was only 20 minutes. I could feel my heart rate picking up just telling the story. The memory so vivid, it could have been yesterday. I took a shortcut through the park they'd built on part of the airfield. You know, along the old perimeter track. It goes right past that air raid shelter. The lads were leaning in now, pint glasses forgotten. It was so quiet. Just the sound of my bike tires on the concrete. As I got closer to the shelter, I started feeling wrong, like something was watching me. I didn't want to look at the shelter. I just kept my eyes on the path ahead, pedaling faster. I paused, taking another drink. My hands were slightly shaky. But something made me look back. I don't know why. I just turned my head as I was passing it, and there she was, standing in the middle of the track behind me. Same white dress, same dark hair, just watching me. Her face was... God, her face was so sad. What did you do? Paul whispered. I broke my personal speed record getting home, I admitted. Nearly crashed twice. I've never been so terrified in my life. We sat in silence for a moment, our childhood suddenly feeling closer and stranger than it had at the start of the evening. Have you seen her since? Marcus finally asked. I shook my head. No, but I don't go near that place anymore, not if I can help it. You really think it was the same woman from the article? Danny asked, his usual skepticism tempered by the look on my face. I don't know, but whatever I saw wasn't normal. Both times there was no way she could have disappeared so quickly, and that second time, the way she looked at me, it wasn't like someone looking at a stranger. It was like she recognized me from before. We changed the subject after that, moving on to safer topics, but I could tell they were shaken. We all were. Some memories don't fade, they just wait for you to remember them properly. The airfield's mostly gone now. They built a business park on most of it about 5 years ago, but that air raid shelter's still there, protected as a historical structure or something. I drive past it sometimes on my way to visit my parents, who still live in Hawthorne. I always keep my eyes on the road. Sometimes I think about researching more into Elizabeth Harrow's story, finding out why she did what she did, if there was more to it than what that brief newspaper article said. But then I remember her face in the moonlight, that bottomless sadness, that recognition, and I decide some stories aren't meant to be fully understood. I've never been able to explain what happened that day or years later when I saw her again. Sometimes I wonder if the others actually remember it the same way I do, or if memory has played tricks on us all. But then I remember how quickly we all went quiet at that pub, how none of them questioned what I was talking about when I brought her up after all those years. We all saw something that day, something that shouldn't have been there. And whatever it was, it's still there, standing by that shelter, watching children play where bombers once took off, waiting for someone to notice her again. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night 3 years ago. I've played it over in my mind countless times, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. I just don't know what it was. I was living in a small town in southern Germany at the time. It was the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, surrounded by dense forest and winding country roads. I'd been at my friend Thomas's house that night for a few beers and some video games. Nothing crazy, just hanging out. I left his place around 3:30 in the morning, way later than I'd planned. It was pouring rain, the kind that comes down in sheets and makes that constant drumming noise on your car roof. The drive home was about 40 minutes on these narrow forest roads. Not a big deal usually, but in that weather, at that hour, it felt much longer. There weren't any streetlights once you got outside town, just pitch-black forest on both sides. My old Volkswagen's headlights were decent enough, but the rain made visibility pretty bad. I was maybe 20 minutes into the drive, completely alone on the road. I hadn't passed another car in ages. The windshield wipers were working overtime, and I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show that was mostly just background noise to keep me company. I was tired but alert, driving carefully because the roads get slippery when wet, especially those forest stretches. The road I was on was particularly remote. It cuts through about 15 kilometers of dense forest, with no houses, no gas stations, nothing but trees. I know that stretch really well. I've driven it hundreds of times. There's a slight bend, followed by a straightaway that runs for about 2 kilometers. I was going about 80 kilometers per hour, which was pushing it a bit for those conditions, but the road was empty. As I came around that bend, my high beams swept across something on the side of the road that made me instantly slow down. About 100 meters ahead, standing just off the shoulder of the road, was a figure. A person, I thought at first. My immediate reaction was concern. Who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, at 4 in the morning in pouring rain? I automatically looked for signs of a broken-down vehicle or maybe a bicycle, but there was nothing. Just this figure, standing motionless in the rain. I slowed to maybe 40 kilometers per hour and moved toward the center of the road, keeping my distance while trying to get a better look. That's when I realized something was very wrong. The figure was completely white, not pale-skinned white, not wearing white clothes. It was uniformly, impossibly white, like it was made of paper or plaster. And despite the darkness and the heavy rain, it seemed to have a faint glow about it, as if it was reflecting my headlights much more strongly than it should have. As I got closer, driving slowly now, I could see it was human-shaped, about the height of an average man, with arms and legs and a head. But there were no features I could make out. No face, no clothing lines. Nothing to distinguish where a shirt might end and pants begin. Just this blank, white, human-shaped thing. The most disturbing part was that it was completely motionless. The rain was coming down hard enough to soak anything within seconds, but this figure showed no reaction. It didn't move to shield itself, didn't turn to look at my approaching car. I couldn't even tell which direction it was facing. It was just standing there. My heart was racing by this point. I had slowed down to maybe 20 kilometers per hour, and I was right beside it now, maybe 5 meters away. I still couldn't make out any details. It was like someone had taken a mannequin and painted it white, then placed it at the edge of the forest in the middle of nowhere. I had this brief, crazy impulse to stop the car and get out to investigate. But something deep in my gut told me that would be a terrible idea. Instead, I accelerated again, eyes glued to my rearview mirror as I pulled away. In the mirror, through the rain-streaked back window, I could see it still standing there, unmoving, as my taillights illuminated it in an eerie red glow. I drove another 200 meters or so, then made a split-second decision that I still question today. I pulled over. With the engine running and the wipers still going, I turned in my seat and looked back through the rear window. I could just barely make out the white figure in the distance, still in the same spot. Part of me wanted to turn around and drive back for a closer look. The other part, the more sensible part, was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, debating with myself. Then the figure moved. It was subtle. Just a slight turn, as if it had rotated slightly in my direction. No walking, no arm movements, just this unnatural pivot. That was enough for me. I put the car in gear and got out of there as fast as I safely could on the wet road. The rest of the drive home was a blur of adrenaline and confusion. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the white figure somehow following me or appearing again farther down the road. But there was nothing. I barely slept that night. I kept trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was some kind of road sign I'd never noticed before, a weird reflection, someone playing a prank. But none of those explanations made sense. Road signs don't just appear. And who would stand in pouring rain at 4 in the morning in a remote forest just to scare random drivers? 2 days later, I drove back to that exact spot in broad daylight. I knew precisely where it had been, right after that bend, next to a distinctive cluster of pine trees. There was nothing there that could have been misinterpreted as a human figure. No signs, no road markers, no stumps or unusual trees. Nothing. I asked around town if anyone had heard stories about that stretch of road. Most people just gave me weird looks. One older man at the local pub mentioned that the forest had been used for executions during World War II, but he didn't know any specific ghost stories about white figures. Over the next few months, I drove that road at various times of night, partly hoping and partly dreading that I might see the figure again. I never did. What bothers me most is that I didn't stop to investigate properly. If I had, maybe I'd have a rational explanation by now. Maybe it was just some lost hiker wearing a white rain poncho who was in shock or something. But that doesn't explain the uniform whiteness, the faint glow, or the complete lack of movement in the pouring rain. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen it. I've searched online for similar stories in the area, but haven't found anything that matches. I'm not normally one to believe in supernatural stuff, but I can't come up with a logical explanation for what I saw that night. The memory has faded a bit with time, but certain details remain vivid. The sound of the rain on the roof of my car, the way my headlights reflected off the white figure, that subtle, unnatural pivot it made when I stopped down the road. I still drive that route sometimes, but never alone at night if I can help it. What makes it worse is that I know exactly where it happened down to the meter. I could take you there right now. Sometimes I imagine bringing someone with me at night, waiting in that spot to see if it appears again. But something tells me it wouldn't show up if I was looking for it or if I had someone with me. I'm still not sure what I believe. Was it a ghost? Some kind of strange natural phenomenon? A hallucination brought on by fatigue? All I know is that it was the most unexplainable thing I've ever encountered, and it happened on a road I thought I knew like the back of my hand. The thing that really gets to me, even now, is thinking about what might have happened if I had stopped the car and gotten out that night. What would I have found if I'd walked up to that white figure? Would it have disappeared as I approached? Would it have turned to face me? Or would it have been something completely mundane that I've built up in my mind? I guess I'll never know. But I still find myself watching the sides of the road more carefully when I'm driving at night, especially in the rain. And sometimes, when I'm on that stretch of forest road, I get this feeling like I'm being watched from between the trees, It's probably just my imagination. At least, that's what I tell myself. Story 16. I never believed in the supernatural before we moved to Blackwood Manor. I was 16, just focused on normal teenage stuff. Video games, hanging out with friends, complaining about homework. But what happened in that house changed everything for me. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking. We moved last summer when Dad got promoted. Mum was thrilled about finally getting a bigger place where we wouldn't be stacked on top of each other, as she always put it. My little sister Emma was excited about having her own room, and I was just happy we'd have a yard big enough for Zeus, our German shepherd. The house itself was incredible. A Victorian-style home with 3 stories, beautiful woodwork, and more space than we knew what to do with. The real estate agent, Mrs. Porter, showed us around with this practiced smile, pointing out all the charming original features and the recent renovations. The price seemed too good to be true, but Mom said it was because the place needed some cosmetic updates. When we got to the basement door, Mrs. Porter fumbled with her keys, then laughed nervously. "I'm so sorry, but I can't seem to find the key for this door. The previous owners must have misplaced it." Dad frowned. "We can't see the basement?" "I assure you it's just storage space, nothing special." She quickly moved us along to see the backyard. My parents exchanged looks but didn't push it. After we signed the papers and moved in, Dad immediately went to check out that basement. The door had this heavy-duty padlock on it, not the kind you'd use for just storage. Dad got his bolt cutters from the garage and snapped it off. "Let's see what's so special about this basement," he said, trying to sound casual, but I could tell he was curious. We all were. The light switch at the top of the stairs didn't work, so Dad used his phone flashlight as we descended the creaky wooden steps. The basement was mostly empty, concrete floor, stone walls, some old shelves. But on the far wall was something that made my stomach drop. A huge black pentagram was painted directly onto the wall. Not some teenager's attempt at being edgy. This thing was perfect, with symbols around the edges I didn't recognize. And beside it, taped to the wall, was a letter in a plastic sleeve. Dad grabbed it, and we all huddled around to read. "To whoever finds this, I'm sorry. I practiced things I shouldn't have in this basement. I opened something I couldn't close. I tried everything to fix it, but nothing worked. The darkness keeps coming back. Please be careful. Some things aren't meant to be disturbed. Eliza." Mom laughed nervously. "Well, that's dramatic." Dad crumpled the note. "Some nut job trying to scare people. Let's get some paint and cover this crap up." I wasn't so quick to dismiss it. "Shouldn't we, I don't know, research this or something first?" "It's just paint, Nathan," Dad said. "Some weirdo painted satanic garbage on the wall. We're not going to let it spook us out of our new home." So we painted over it. Dad got this thick primer that was supposed to cover anything, and we slapped on 2 coats. Problem solved, right? Wrong. The next morning, I went down to get something from a moving box we'd stored in the basement. The pentagram was visible again, not fully, but like a shadow pushing through the paint. I called Dad down, and he just stared at it, confused. "Must have been some kind of oil-based paint that's seeping through," he muttered, not sounding convinced. "I'll get better primer." He tried again, and again. 4 different types of paint and sealers over the next week. Each time, that black pentagram would slowly reappear, like it was bleeding through from somewhere deeper than the wall itself. That's when other things started happening. At first, it was small stuff, things that could be explained away. Cabinet doors left open when everyone swore they'd closed them. The sound of footsteps upstairs when we were all downstairs. Emma's toys arranged in weird patterns that she insisted she didn't do. Then it got worse. One night while doing homework, I heard giggling in the hallway, high-pitched, like a child's laugh. I thought it was Emma, but when I opened my door, the hallway was empty. I checked her room and found her fast asleep. Mom started complaining about hearing running footsteps at night. Like someone sprinting down the hallway, she said over breakfast, dark circles under her eyes. But when I get up to check, there's nothing. Dad tried to rationalize everything. The house was old. It was settling. The floors were uneven. But I could tell even he was getting freaked out when picture frames started falling off walls for no reason, and doors began slamming shut when there wasn't any draft. Zeus started acting weird too. He'd stare at empty corners, growling at nothing. Sometimes he'd refuse to enter certain rooms, like Emma's or the living room, planting his feet and whining until we dragged him in or gave up. After about 3 weeks, Mom finally convinced Dad to call someone. Not a ghost hunter or anything ridiculous like Dad put it, but Father Michael's from her church. He wasn't even our regular priest. Mom had heard he dealt with spiritual disturbances before. Father Michael's arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. He was younger than I expected, maybe in his 40s, with kind eyes and this calm presence that made you instantly trust him. We didn't tell him about the pentagram. Dad was too embarrassed, I think. We just said we'd been experiencing strange things since moving in. The moment he stepped inside our house, Father Michael's went still. He closed his eyes for a second, then opened them and said, "Where's the basement?" None of us had mentioned the basement. We hadn't even told him about the weird noises or anything specific yet. Mom's face went white. "How did you—" she started. "There's something down there that doesn't belong," he said simply. "May I see it?" Dad led him downstairs, and we all followed. When Father Michael saw the pentagram, now visible again through 6 layers of paint, he crossed himself. "This is old magic," he said quietly. "Not satanic, as many would assume, but dangerous nonetheless. Someone was trying to contact something." "Can you help us?" Mom asked, her voice shaking. Father Michael's nodded. "I'll bless the house. It may help create boundaries." He performed some kind of blessing ritual, sprinkling holy water in every room and saying prayers in Latin. He spent the most time in the basement, standing before that pentagram with his eyes closed, murmuring words I couldn't understand. Before he left, he pulled my parents aside. I pretended to be busy with Zeus, but strained to hear what he was saying. "Whatever was invited in is still here," he told them. "The blessing may keep it contained, but I don't think it will leave completely. You might want to consider—" Dad cut him off. "We can't just move, Father. We sank everything into this place." Father Michael's nodded sadly. "Then be vigilant. If things escalate, call me immediately." Things were quiet for about a week after that. No giggles, no footsteps, no slamming doors. We started to relax, thinking maybe the blessing had worked. Then my parents announced they were going away for the weekend, some work retreat for Dad that Mom was tagging along for. Emma would stay at our grandmother's house. I begged to stay home alone, promising I'd be responsible. After much debate, they agreed, partly because Zeus would be with me. That was the worst mistake of my life. The first night alone was fine. I ordered pizza, played video games, and fell asleep on the couch watching horror movies, ironically. Zeus stayed close to me the whole time. The second night is when it happened. I was in my bedroom around 11, texting friends and listening to music. Zeus was curled up at the foot of my bed. Suddenly he lifted his head, ears perked up, staring at the far corner of my room. At first, I didn't notice anything different. Then I realized that corner seemed darker than it should be. Not just shadowy, but like the darkness was thicker there, deeper somehow. As I watched, it seemed to grow, spreading slightly up the walls. "It's nothing," I told myself, "just shadows from the tree outside." But there was no tree outside my window. Zeus stood up on my bed, his hackles raised, a low growl building in his throat. That's when I knew something was wrong. He never growled like that. The darkness in the corner deepened until it was like a hole in reality, a perfect blackness that seemed to absorb the dim light from my bedside lamp. It wasn't just dark, it was an absence of everything, a void that shouldn't exist in my bedroom. "Hello?" I called out stupidly, my voice cracking. The darkness didn't respond, but it shifted, like something inside it moved. Zeus's growl turned into frantic barking. He jumped off the bed, positioning himself between me and that corner, his body rigid with tension. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, not even sure who I was going to call. As I did, the darkness seemed to pulse, expanding a few inches toward us. Zeus lost it. He lunged toward the corner, barking and snarling like I'd never seen before. He stopped just short of the darkness, his paws dancing at the edge of it, like he was afraid to touch it, but determined to protect me. I scrambled off the bed and hit the light switch by my door. The overhead light came on, and the darkness receded. It didn't disappear completely, but it shrank back into just looking like a normal corner again. Zeus wouldn't stop barking. I had to grab his collar and drag him out of the room. We went downstairs, and I turned on every light in the house, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried calling my parents, but the call wouldn't go through, just static and weird clicks. I tried texting, but the messages wouldn't send. Even the Wi-Fi was down. After about an hour, sitting terrified on the living room couch with Zeus, I convinced myself I had imagined it. Maybe it was just a weird shadow, and Zeus was barking at a mouse in the wall or something. I needed to sleep. Keeping all the lights on, I decided to go back upstairs. Not to my room, but to my parents' room instead. I figured I'd feel safer there. As Zeus and I passed my bedroom door, which I'd left open with the light on, I glanced inside. The entire room was pitch black, not just dark, but filled with that same impossible void-like darkness, as if someone had poured pure black ink into the space. The light from the hallway didn't penetrate it at all. It just stopped at the doorway like there was an invisible barrier. Zeus started whimpering, pressing himself against my legs. I backed away slowly, then ran to my parents' room, Zeus right behind me. I locked the door, pushed a dresser in front of it, and huddled on their bed with Zeus, every light turned on. I don't know what possessed me, but around 3 a.m, I crept to their window, which faced the front of the house. From there, I could see my bedroom window. It was completely black. Not like the lights were off, but like someone had painted the glass with that same impossible darkness. As I watched, I swear I saw something move across it, not a shadow, but something darker than the darkness itself, something with form, but no features I could make out. I felt a cold dread wash over me, a primal fear that went beyond rational thought. This wasn't just fear of the dark or fear of the unknown. It was the certainty that whatever was in my room wasn't supposed to exist in our world. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, holding on to Zeus, both of us trembling. When morning finally came, I looked out the window again. My bedroom window looked normal in the daylight. When I finally worked up the courage to check my room, everything was exactly as I'd left it. My parents came home that afternoon. I tried to tell them what happened, but I could see in their eyes they didn't believe me. Dad suggested I'd fallen asleep watching horror movies again. Mom said old houses play tricks on your imagination. We moved out 2 weeks later, after Emma woke up screaming about the black thing with no face standing over her bed. Dad finally admitted something was wrong when he found Zeus frozen in the hallway one night, staring at that same corner of my bedroom, whimpering and refusing to move even when called. We never went back to get our stuff. Dad hired movers to pack everything while we stayed at a hotel. I made them leave everything from my room behind. I still don't know what was in that house, what came through that pentagram. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I can see that same darkness gathering in the corner of my room, but it's never the same. Never that perfect, impossible void. I've never been able to explain what happened that night, and I don't think I want to. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. Seriously, I was always the skeptical one in my friend group, rolling my eyes whenever someone started with those "my house is haunted" stories. I was the property investor with spreadsheets and calculations, not feelings and vibes. But what happened to me in southern France changed everything, and I'm still trying to make sense of it 2 years later. It was back in 2019 when my friend Mark and I were scouting properties in this sleepy little town in the Provence region. The real estate market there was heating up, but you could still find bargains if you knew where to look. We'd been driving around all day, mostly disappointed with what we'd seen, when our agent mentioned there was one more property she could show us, an old medical center on the edge of town. "It's been empty for about 8 years, she told us. "It's pretty rough inside, but the structure is solid, around 400 square meters total." I remember the first time I saw it. The building was this boxy, utilitarian thing from the 50s, all straight lines and function over form. Nothing special from the outside, just another abandoned building with boarded windows and faded paint. The agent fumbled with this massive ring of keys, and I remember thinking this was probably another waste of time. When we stepped inside, the smell hit me first. That distinctive mix of dust, old paper, and something else I couldn't place. Maybe antiseptic. Even after all those years, it still smelled faintly like a hospital. There was graffiti everywhere, trash scattered across the floors, and most of the fixtures had been ripped out by scavengers. Classic abandoned building stuff. "It was the town's medical center for 50 years, the agent explained, stepping carefully over broken glass. "Closed down when they built the new regional hospital. Been empty ever since." Mark immediately started pointing out all the problems: the water damage in one corner, the electrical system that would need to be completely redone, the broken windows. He was making all the rational points I should have been making as the investor. But something weird was happening to me. I couldn't explain it, but I felt drawn to this place. As we walked through the long corridors, past former examination rooms and what must have been waiting areas, I felt this strange sense of recognition, comfort. It makes no sense, but I felt like I'd been there before, like I knew every corner of this building already. "How much?" I asked the agent, cutting Mark off mid-sentence about asbestos concerns. Her eyebrows shot up. "You're interested? It's been on the market for years. I bought it that week. Mark thought I was crazy, and maybe I was. The numbers made sense on paper. The location was good, the structure was salvageable, and the price was right. But that wasn't why I bought it. I bought it because I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd wake up at night with floor plans in my head, ideas for renovation, and this overwhelming feeling that I needed to be there. I moved in before renovations even started. Just brought a camping bed, some basic supplies, and set up in what used to be a doctor's office on the second floor. Mark came to stay a few days a week to help with the initial cleanup and planning. Looking back, that's when things started getting strange. The first night I stayed there alone, I woke up around 3 in the morning with the absolute certainty that someone was in the building with me. Not an intruder. It didn't feel threatening, but a presence. I lay there in the dark, listening to the old building settle, and I swear I could hear someone moving around downstairs. Soft footsteps, the occasional creak of a door. I got up and checked, of course. Nothing. Every room empty, just as we'd left it. But as I was walking back to my makeshift bedroom, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a flash of white, like someone in a uniform turning a corner. When I went to look, there was nothing there. This kind of thing kept happening. I'd be working on clearing out debris, and I'd hear whispers from empty rooms. Doors would close by themselves, not dramatically slamming shut like in horror movies, but gently, like someone was being considerate about not making noise. Sometimes I'd feel a light touch on my shoulder or arm when I was alone. The weird thing was, I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. In fact, I felt safer in that huge, abandoned medical center than I'd felt anywhere else in my life. Even walking through the pitch-black corridors at night, I never felt the need to rush or turn on my flashlight. Every room felt like a friend's house, familiar and welcoming. About 2 weeks after I moved in, I started having these, I don't know what to call them, visions, flashes. I'd be standing in the main entrance, and suddenly I'd see it as it used to be. Clean white walls, proper lighting, a reception desk with a vase of flowers. I'd blink, and it would be back to the graffiti-covered mess. These glimpses became more frequent, more detailed. I'd see patients sitting in waiting areas, nurses walking briskly down hallways, doctors consulting charts. The strangest part? I was seeing it from the perspective of someone who worked there. I knew where the supply closets were before we uncovered them. I knew that the strange marks on one wall were from where a bulletin board used to hang. I even knew that the third examination room had once had a small tear in the vinyl flooring that had been patched with a slightly different shade. One night when Mark was staying over, I had the most intense experience yet. We'd been working all day and went to bed exhausted around 11. I was sleeping in my usual spot, the former doctor's office, and Mark was in a room down the hall. I woke up suddenly at exactly 2 a.m. I remember checking my phone. Everything was still, but I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, coming toward my room. I sat up, thinking it was Mark, but something felt different. The footsteps stopped outside my door, and then, very slowly, the door began to open. It didn't creak or make any sound. It just gradually swung inward, as if someone was being extremely careful not to wake me. The door opened about halfway, and then stopped. I couldn't see anyone there, but I felt someone looking in at me. After maybe 30 seconds, the door gently closed again, and the footsteps moved away down the hall. I got up immediately and checked the hallway. It was completely dark and empty. I went to Mark's room and found him sound asleep. When I woke him up to ask if he'd been up, he was confused and irritated, insisting he'd been asleep the whole time. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. In one of the administrative offices, behind a filing cabinet we hadn't yet moved, I found an old staff photo from 1973, about 20 people in white uniforms standing on the front steps of the building. And there, in the center of the back row, was a woman with my exact face. Not similar, identical, same eyes, same nose, same slightly crooked smile. The name tag on her uniform read, Matilda. I'm not related to anyone French as far as I know. I have no connection to this town. But there I was, in a 50-year-old photograph, working in the very building I now owned. Over the next 2 years, I poured everything I had into renovating that building. I worked 18-hour days, 7 days a week. I've never been particularly handy, but suddenly I knew exactly how to restore old plaster walls, how to fix the ancient plumbing system, where to source period-appropriate fixtures. Mark kept saying he'd never seen me like this. I was possessed, he joked. Maybe I was. The weird thing is, I hate renovation work. Always have. I'm an investor. I hire people to do that stuff. But with this building, I loved every minute of it. I felt this endless energy, this drive to make it beautiful again. Every room I finished felt like a personal victory. I talked to the building constantly, reassuring it when I had to tear something out, explaining my plans for each space. Then the financial crisis hit. My other investments tanked, and suddenly I was in trouble. The renovation had gone way over budget. I'd been using premium materials without even thinking about cost. My accountant gave me the news. I had to sell the medical center or face bankruptcy. It felt like someone was ripping my heart out. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. The thought of leaving the building was physically painful, but I had no choice. I sold it to the local government, who planned to convert it into municipal offices. On my last day there, I walked through every room, touching the walls, saying goodbye. In the main entrance hall, I broke down completely. I sat on the floor, and sobbed like a child. And that's when I felt it, arms around me, holding me, comforting me. A whisper in my ear, so clear I can still hear it. Merci. I believe Matilda loved that building so much she never left it, even after death. And somehow she found me, or I found her, and she shared that love with me. She guided my hands during the renovation, showed me what the building had been and could be again. Maybe she even brought me there in the first place. I've never had any paranormal experiences before or since. I've never felt that kind of connection to any other building. Sometimes I drive by the old medical center, now full of government workers who have no idea what happened there. I wonder if Matilda is still walking those halls at night, checking on things, making sure everything is as it should be. I wonder if she misses me as much as I miss her. Story 18. I've had sleep paralysis since I was 9 or 10 years old. For those who don't know what that is, it's when you wake up but can't move your body at all. You're completely frozen but fully conscious. Sometimes it comes with hallucinations that feel 100% real. For me, it's usually happened about once every couple months. Throughout my life, so I've gotten pretty used to it. Until last Tuesday, I had been feeling off all day, kind of foggy-headed and achy. Nothing major, just run down enough that I decided to take a rare afternoon nap around 2 o'clock. My husband Mark was at work, so the house was quiet. I remember crawling into our king-sized bed and lying on my left side, which is my usual spot. I was facing away from our bedroom door, curled up with my arms tucked under my pillow, trying to get comfortable. I fell asleep almost instantly, which never happens for me. Usually I toss and turn for at least 20 minutes before I can drift off. But this time, it was like someone flipped a switch, and I was out. I don't know how long I slept before it happened. It could have been 10 minutes or 2 hours, that weird time distortion that happens with naps. But suddenly, I was awake. Or at least, my mind was awake. My body was completely paralyzed. Great, I thought. Here we go again. I've been through this so many times that my first reaction is usually just annoyance, not fear. I knew from experience that I just needed to stay calm and either try to wiggle my fingers and toes until I broke free or just ride it out until it passed naturally. But then I heard our bedroom door open behind me. It makes this distinctive popping sound when it opens. The house is old and the door frame is slightly warped, so you have to pull it a little harder than normal, and when it gives, it makes this little pop sound. I heard that, and then I heard it close with a soft click. My first thought was that Mark must have come home early to check on me. He knows I don't usually nap, so maybe he was worried. I couldn't turn my head to look, again completely paralyzed, but I wasn't scared yet, just waiting for him to come around to my side of the bed or say something. But it wasn't Mark. I know this because what I heard next were heavy, deliberate footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Not the familiar pattern of my husband's walk at all. These were slow and purposeful, like whatever was making them wanted me to hear each step. The footsteps started at the door and began circling the bed. Thud, thud, thud. Coming around to my side, my heart started racing then. This was different from my usual episodes. Normally my hallucinations are visual, or sometimes I'll feel pressure on my chest. But this auditory component felt so real, so precise. I could even feel slight vibrations in the mattress with each step. The footsteps stopped directly in front of me, right where I was facing. I still couldn't move, but my eyes were open. And that's when I saw it. Standing by our bathroom door was a large, tall, black figure, just solid darkness like a hole cut into reality. It had height, maybe 7 feet tall, and mass, but no distinguishable features, no face that I could make out, no clothing, nothing, just this dense, dark presence. This wasn't completely new to me. I've seen shadow figures during sleep paralysis before. What was different was how solid this one seemed, and how aware it felt, like it was looking directly at me, studying me. I tried to calm myself down. This isn't real, I kept thinking, just another hallucination. It'll pass. But then it moved. The figure suddenly lunged toward me, not a gradual approach, but an instant jarring movement that closed the distance between us in a split second. And then it was on me. I felt its weight crushing down on my body, particularly concentrated on my rib cage. It was heavy, so heavy that I couldn't breathe properly. My arms were still trapped under my pillow, and I couldn't move them to push this thing off me. I squeezed my eyes shut. That's my usual defense mechanism during these episodes. If I can't see the hallucination, sometimes it helps me break out of it faster. But closing my eyes didn't help this time, because what happened next was purely physical. I felt teeth burying into my ribs. The sensation was so specific and so real that I can still feel it as I'm typing this. It wasn't just pressure or pain, it was an unmistakable feeling of a mouth opening and closing along my left side. The teeth weren't sharp like needles, they felt more like human teeth but larger, pressing into my skin with incredible force. And between the bites, I felt this tickling, tingling sensation like something was feeding, sucking energy or life or something out of me through my ribs. The pressure would build, then release, then build again. Bite, release, bite, release. Each time the mouth opened, I felt a momentary relief before the next bite came. The thing was methodical, working its way along my ribcage. I was mentally screaming, begging to wake up, trying desperately to move even a finger. People say you can break sleep paralysis by focusing all your energy on moving just one small part of your body, but nothing was working. The biting continued, and with each bite I felt weaker, like something essential was being drained from me. I don't know how long this went on. It felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. The whole time I was thinking, this can't be real, this is just sleep paralysis, this isn't happening. But it felt so different from any episode I'd ever had before. Then suddenly I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. The paralysis had broken. I was drenched in cold sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The room was empty, no dark figure, no presence, just me, alone in our bedroom, the afternoon sun streaming through the blinds exactly as it had been when I'd fallen asleep. But the tingling sensation on my ribs remained. Not pain exactly, but a distinct awareness of that area of my body, like the lingering feeling after someone pinches you hard. I sat there for a few minutes, just trying to calm my breathing. Sleep paralysis episodes are always unsettling, but this one had shaken me to my core. It felt too real, too physical. Once, my heart rate slowed a bit. I got up on shaky legs and went to the bathroom. I lifted my t-shirt and turned to look at my left side in the mirror. And that's when I saw them. Bright red marks across my ribcage. Not broken skin, but distinct red blotches about the size of quarters, spaced evenly along my side, exactly where I had felt the biting. I stared at the marks, trying to make sense of them. Had I been lying on something? Had I scratched myself in my sleep somehow? But the marks were too perfectly spaced, too uniform, and they matched exactly with the sensation I had felt during the episode. I took some photos with my phone, partly to document it, and partly because I was afraid the marks would fade before Mark got home, and I needed someone else to see them, to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. The marks stayed visible for about 3 hours before gradually fading. By the time Mark got home, they were just faint pink spots that could have been from anything. He was concerned, of course, but also practical. He suggested I might have had an allergic reaction to something, or maybe I'd been lying on a wrinkle in the sheets that left pressure marks. I wanted to believe him. I've always been rational about my sleep paralysis. I've read the scientific explanations, how your brain wakes up before your body, how the fear center gets activated, how the hallucinations are just your dreaming mind, overlapping with your waking consciousness. I get all that. But these marks, they weren't in my head. I've had 5 nights of normal sleep since then. No paralysis, no dark figures. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever visited me that afternoon is still around, watching, waiting. Every time I lie down on my side of the bed, I remember the sensation of teeth on my ribs. That feeding feeling. I've started sleeping on Mark's side of the bed when he works nights. I've also started leaving the lights on, which I know is childish, but I can't help it. Part of me wonders if it wasn't sleep paralysis at all. If maybe there really are things out there, hungry things, that can find us when we're vulnerable. The logical part of my brain says that's ridiculous, that I had a particularly vivid episode combined with some kind of physical reaction. Maybe I was getting sick, maybe I had pressed against something while sleeping. But another part of me knows what I felt, knows that whatever was in our bedroom that day was feeding on me, and I'm terrified it's going to come back hungry. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer in my village. I've been wanting to share this for months, but honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. I'm finally ready to talk about it now. I grew up in a small village about 30 miles from the city. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and gossip travels faster than wildfire. I'd been away at boarding school in the city for 3 years, only coming home during major holidays. When summer break finally arrived, I was excited to spend 2 whole months back home. The moment I stepped off the bus, I could tell something was different. My mum hugged me tighter than usual, and my dad kept looking over his shoulder as we walked home. It was already getting dark, and I noticed people were hurrying to get inside their houses. The streets were emptier than I remembered. That night at dinner, my parents filled me in on what had been happening. Apparently, for the past few months, people had been seeing what they called the waving lady in our village graveyard. The graveyard sits along the main road that connects our village to the neighboring town, and anyone traveling that road after sunset had to pass by it. "Ahmad, promise me you won't go near that place after dark," my mum said, her eyes dead serious. My dad nodded. Old Mr. Raza saw her first, about 4 months ago. Said he was coming, back from visiting his brother when he spotted a woman in white standing among the graves, waving at him like she was beckoning him to come closer. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. "Dad, Mr. Raza is like 80 years old. He probably saw a sheet caught on a tombstone or something." "It's not just him," my mum cut in. "Mrs. Khalid saw her too, and the Rahman brothers. Even the Imam's son claims he saw her when he was coming back from evening prayers." I was 15 and thought I knew better than everyone else. 3 years in the city had made me skeptical of village superstitions. "So everyone's avoiding the graveyard road now?" "Not just avoiding it," my dad said. "No one goes that way after sunset anymore. People are taking the long route around the village, even though it adds 40 minutes to their journey." The next morning, I met up with my childhood friend Farid. We sat under the big mango tree near his house, and he filled me in on all the details my parents had left out. "They say she only appears to people traveling alone," Farid whispered, even though no one else was around. "She stands there in a white dress, her face hidden in shadows, just waving. If you wave back or walk toward her, you're found dead the next morning." I laughed. "Has anyone actually died?" "Not yet," Farid admitted. "But that's because no one's been stupid enough to approach her." I shook my head. "This is ridiculous. It's probably just moonlight playing tricks, or maybe someone's pulling a prank." Farid looked at me like I was crazy. "Ahmad, I know you think city living has made you smarter than us, but some things can't be explained by science. My cousin saw her last month, and he hasn't been right since. Keeps having nightmares." That afternoon, I couldn't stop thinking about the whole situation. The rational part of my brain knew there had to be a logical explanation, but another part of me was curious. Had living in the city made me dismiss the beliefs I grew up with too easily? I decided I needed to see for myself. Around dusk, I told my parents I was going to Farid's house to play cards. Instead, I headed straight for the graveyard. The sun was just setting, painting the sky orange and purple. Our village graveyard isn't very big, maybe about the size of a football field, with simple headstones and a few larger family tombs scattered throughout. It's surrounded by a low stone wall with an iron gate that's never locked. As I approached, I felt a slight chill despite the summer heat. The graveyard looked perfectly normal. Some wildflowers grew between the graves, and a couple of banana trees stood near the back wall, their leaves rustling in the evening breeze. I walked around for about 30 minutes, waiting for the darkness to fully set in. Nothing happened. No woman in white, no ghostly apparition, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Feeling vindicated, I headed home. Over the next few days, I told anyone who would listen that I'd been to the graveyard at dusk and seen nothing unusual. Some people looked relieved, but others seemed almost disappointed that their ghost story had been debunked. The imam thanked me for bringing some sense back to the village, and I felt pretty good about myself. The power of suggestion is strong, I explained to a group of younger kids who had gathered around to hear my take. When one person claims to see something strange and then others hear about it, their minds can play tricks on them. Life went back to normal for about 2 weeks. People gradually started using the graveyard road again after sunset, though many still hurried past it. I felt like I'd done my good deed for the summer by dispelling a silly superstition. And then it happened. I was helping my dad fix our roof when we heard shouting from the village center. We climbed down and ran toward the commotion. A crowd had gathered around 2 men I didn't recognize. They were breathing heavily, their clothes dusty from the road, and between them they carried a body wrapped in a sheet. The village headman pushed through the crowd. "What happened? Who is this?" One of the men, still catching his breath, spoke. "We found him near the graveyard. We were coming to your village to sell our crafts when we saw him lying just off the road." The other man nodded, his face pale. "But that's not all. We saw her too, the lady, standing among the graves, waving." A collective gasp went through the crowd. Someone unwrapped the sheet enough to reveal the face of the dead man. I didn't recognize him, but others did. "It's Kadir," someone whispered, "from the next village over." The dead man's face was deathly pale, with dried foam around his mouth. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the sky. There were no visible wounds, no blood, nothing to indicate how he had died. The village doctor examined him right there in the square and concluded that he must have died several hours earlier, possibly from poison. The police were called from the nearest station, but they wouldn't arrive until morning. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the dead man and the waving lady the travelers claimed to have seen. Had I been wrong? Was there something supernatural happening after all? Or was it just a coincidence that a man had died near the graveyard where people claimed to see a ghost? I felt responsible somehow. I had convinced people the legend wasn't real, that it was safe to use that road again. What if I had inadvertently put someone in danger? Around 11:30 that night, I made a decision. I needed to go back to the graveyard, but this time I'd go at midnight when all the sightings supposedly took place. I grabbed a flashlight, took a solid bamboo stick from the shed for protection, against what I wasn't sure, and snuck out of the house. The night was clear, with a full moon casting enough light that I barely needed my flashlight. The village was silent, except for the occasional barking dog. As I approached the graveyard road, my heart started pounding in my chest. I gripped the bamboo stick tighter. The graveyard looked different at night. The moonlight created strange shadows between the graves, and the wind had picked up, making the trees sway. I stood at the gate for several minutes, gathering my courage, before finally stepping inside. I walked slowly between the graves, my flashlight beam darting from spot to spot. Nothing seemed out of place. I was starting to feel foolish again when I noticed something strange near the back wall. A dim, whitish figure that seemed to be moving slightly. My blood turned to ice. There, about 50 yards away, was what looked like a human figure in white, and one of its arms was moving up and down, as if waving. I froze, my heart hammering so loud I was sure it could be heard throughout the graveyard. Part of me wanted to run, but I forced myself to stay put. I had come here for answers, and I wasn't leaving without them. Taking a deep breath, I started walking toward the figure, my bamboo stick held out in front of me. As I got closer, something didn't seem right. The figure wasn't moving except for that one arm, which continued its eerie up and down motion. 20 yards away, I stopped and shined my flashlight directly at it. What I saw made me almost laugh with relief, but also sent a chill down my spine for a different reason. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a woman in white. It was an old banana tree with broad, pale leaves. One of the leaves had gotten caught in a massive spider web strung between the tree and a nearby tombstone. The night breeze was making the leaf move up and down in a waving motion. From a distance, especially in the moonlight, it absolutely looked like a pale figure with a waving arm. I walked all the way up to it and touched the leaf, breaking the spider web. The waving stopped immediately. Mystery solved. The next morning, I told the village elders what I had discovered. We all went to the graveyard, and they saw exactly what I had seen the night before. The banana tree's pale trunk and leaves, when viewed from the road at night, created the perfect illusion of a woman in white standing among the graves. And that one leaf caught in the spider web completed the illusion with its waving motion. As for the dead man Kadir, we learned the truth a few days later. The police investigation revealed he was a gambling addict who had lost everything. A suicide note was found in his pocket, explaining that he had chosen to end his life by consuming poison. He had apparently decided to do it in the graveyard, perhaps thinking it was a fitting place to die. The banana tree was cut down that same day, ending the legend of the waving lady, but the whole experience taught me something important. Fear can make us see things that aren't there, but it doesn't mean people are crazy or lying. Those villagers really did see something waving at them from the graveyard. Their interpretation was just filtered through their fears and beliefs. Sometimes I still think about that night, standing alone in the graveyard, facing what I thought might be a ghost. I wonder how many other legends and ghost stories around the world might have similarly simple explanations. But then again, maybe some don't. I can't explain why so many people reported seeing the waving lady before I discovered the truth, when that particular leaf might have only recently gotten caught in that web. All I know is that whenever I'm back in the village and pass the graveyard at night, I still walk a little faster, just in case. Story 20. I don't talk about this much. It's been 22 years since September 11th, 2001, but sometimes it feels like yesterday. I was 38 then, working as an emergency medical specialist with disaster response training. I'd seen plenty of traumatic situations before, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day. I was at home getting ready for a late shift when my wife called me from her office, telling me to turn on the TV. I remember standing there, coffee mug in hand, watching as American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower. I don't think I even said goodbye to her on the phone. I just grabbed my gear and headed out. Traffic was already a nightmare as I made my way toward Lower Manhattan. I abandoned my car about a mile away and ran the rest of the distance, medical kit bouncing against my back. The police had established a perimeter, but my credentials got me through. The chaos was immediate. Sirens, screams, the acrid smell of jet fuel and burning materials I couldn't identify. I reported to the makeshift command center where they were organizing the first responders. That's when the second plane hit. The sound was deafening, even from where we stood. A blast of hot air washed over us, carrying dust and debris. For a moment, everyone froze, trying to process what was happening. Then training kicked in, and we moved. I was assigned to a triage team with 2 paramedics and a firefighter. Our job was to move through the plaza and surrounding areas, identifying victims who could be saved and marking those who couldn't. We carried colored tags, green for minor injuries, Yellow for delayed treatment, red for immediate attention, and black was for the deceased or those beyond medical help. The first hour is a blur in my memory. We worked methodically, moving from victim to victim. Some were walking wounded, dazed and covered in dust, but able to evacuate with minimal assistance. Others were trapped under debris or suffering from severe trauma. I remember tagging a man with a crushed chest, red tag, priority evacuation, only to find him dead when stretcher bearers arrived 10 minutes later. I had to change his tag to black. We made our way into one of the stairwells of the North Tower. 3 bodies, office workers from the look of their clothes, were crumpled at the landing. They'd likely been trampled in the evacuation. No pulses, no breathing. 3 black tags. When we emerged from the stairwell back onto the plaza, I looked up. I wish I hadn't. People were falling or jumping from the upper floors. I saw a man in a business suit, tumbling through the air, his tie fluttering above him like some kind of bizarre flag. I couldn't watch anymore. I focused on the ground, on the job at hand. That's when I first noticed the rain of debris, not just building materials, but airplane parts. A seat cushion landed about 20 feet from me, somehow intact, despite the inferno above. And there were bodies, or parts of bodies, that had been ejected during impact. In the plaza, a man in his 30s was having what looked like a seizure. His eyes had rolled back, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. I checked his pupils, fixed and dilated. He had a massive head trauma I hadn't initially noticed, visible only when I turned his head slightly. Black tag. Near him was an older man, maybe 60, with a piece of metal jutting from his abdomen. He was conscious, but barely. "My wife," he kept saying. "Find my wife." Yellow tag, though I knew his chances were slim at best. It was around 10:30 in the morning when I saw her. She was sitting upright against a concrete planter, remarkably composed amid the devastation. A woman in her early 50s, brunette hair in a neat bob, pearl earrings, light makeup that somehow remained perfect despite everything. She wore a navy blue blazer over a cream-colored blouse. She looked like a high-level executive, someone who'd be giving a presentation in a boardroom on any normal day. I approached her, and she turned to look at me. Her eyes were alert, focused. Then I saw the rest of her. From the diaphragm down, her body was, gone isn't the right word, destroyed, catastrophically damaged. Her lower torso and legs were a mass of tissue and bone I could barely recognize as human. A piece of steel beaming had essentially cut her in half, though some connective tissue remained. Blood pooled beneath her, but less than there should have been. Her injuries were so severe that many of the blood vessels had sealed themselves through crushing. It was physically impossible for her to be alive, let alone conscious. Every medical training I'd ever received told me she should have died instantly. I knelt beside her, already reaching for a black tag. That's when she spoke. "I'm not dead," she said. Her voice was clear, with a slight New York accent. "Call my daughter. I'm not dead." I froze, the black tag half pulled from my kit. "Ma'am," I managed to say, "help is coming." It was a lie, and I think we both knew it. No help in the world could save someone with injuries like hers. "My daughter's number is in my phone," she continued, as if we were having a normal conversation. "In my purse." I glanced around, seeing a leather handbag a few feet away, somehow still intact. I couldn't bring myself to look for a phone. What would I even say to this woman's daughter? "I'll make sure someone calls her," I said. "What's your name?" "Margaret," she replied. "Margaret Winters. Please tag me correctly. I'm not dead." I should have placed the black tag and moved on. There were others who could be saved, people whose injuries weren't beyond all medical intervention, but I couldn't. I placed a red tag next to her instead, knowing it was futile, knowing no medical team would prioritize someone in her condition when so many others needed help. "I'll be back to check on you," I told her, another lie. As I moved to the next victim, I heard her voice again. I'm not dead. For the next hour or so, I worked my way around the plaza, tagging victims, directing the walking wounded toward evacuation points, helping the paramedics stabilize those who could be moved. Each time I passed near Margaret, she would look at me and repeat those words, "I'm not dead." Each time her voice seemed stronger, more insistent, though her physical condition remained impossible. No one should have been able to speak with injuries like hers. No one should have remained conscious. When the South Tower collapsed at 9:59, everything changed. The roar was deafening, and then came the cloud of dust and debris, a wall of grey-black that engulfed everything in its path. I was thrown to the ground by the force of it, momentarily blinded and choking on the thick dust. When I could see again, the landscape had transformed. What had been a plaza filled with injured people was now a grey wasteland of rubble and dust. Many of the victims I'd tagged were now buried. The paramedics I'd been working with were gone. Whether they'd evacuated or been caught in the collapse, I didn't know. And then I heard her voice again, somehow cutting through the ringing in my ears and the screams of the newly injured. "I'm not dead." I turned and saw Margaret, still propped against what remained of the concrete planter, now covered in dust, but somehow unmoved by the collapse. Her hair and face were grey with dust, but her eyes remained clear and focused. The red tag I'd left was gone, buried or blown away. I should have left then. The North Tower was clearly going to collapse as well, and first responders were being ordered to pull back, but I found myself moving toward her instead. "You need to go," she said when I reached her. "It's coming down soon." "I can't leave you here," I replied, though I had no idea how I could possibly move her. "I'm already gone," she said, "but I'm not dead. Not yet. My daughter needs to know that." Then she reached out and grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold, her grip inhumanly strong. "Tag me properly, doctor. I'm not black tagged yet." I don't know how she knew I was a doctor. I hadn't told her, and while I had credentials around my neck, they didn't specify my title. I pulled out another red tag, though I knew it was meaningless at this point. "No," she said, "the correct tag." My hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached for a black tag instead. As soon as I placed it next to her, her grip relaxed. "Thank you," she said. "Now call my daughter and tell her I wasn't alone at the end." Before I could respond, someone grabbed my shoulder, a firefighter, his face obscured by his mask. "We need to move, now," he shouted, already pulling me away. I looked back once, as he dragged me toward the perimeter. Margaret was still there, still impossibly alive, watching me leave. Her lips moved, and though I couldn't hear her over the chaos, I knew what she was saying. "I'm not dead." The North Tower collapsed at 10:28. I was behind the evacuation line when it happened, watching as the building seemed to implode on itself, knowing that Margaret and countless others were being buried under tons of steel and concrete. I worked for another 14 hours that day, treating survivors at a makeshift medical station 6 blocks from Ground Zero. The horror continued. Burns, crush injuries, respiratory distress from the dust. I didn't sleep for nearly 48 hours. In the days and weeks that followed, I helped with the recovery efforts. We found many bodies, some intact, others not. I never found Margaret, or anyone who could have been Margaret. I checked the victim lists, the hospital admissions, the morgue records. There was no Margaret Winters recorded anywhere. Sometimes I tell myself it was the stress, that I imagined her or somehow combined several victims into one impossible memory. The human mind does strange things under extreme stress, but most of the time, I know what I saw. I talked to a woman who should have been dead but wasn't. A woman who knew she was dying but refused to be categorized as deceased until she was ready. I've never told anyone this story before. Not my wife, not my therapist, not the other first responders I've stayed in touch with. How could I? It defies everything I know about medicine, about life and death, but I still hear her voice sometimes in my dreams or when I'm half awake, clear and insistent. I'm not dead. I never found out if her daughter was contacted, if Margaret's final wish was granted. That uncertainty haunts me almost as much as the memory itself. Did Margaret finally die when the tower fell? Or was she somehow already beyond normal life and death even when I found her? I don't expect answers anymore, but writing this down, finally sharing what I saw that day, it helps somehow. Maybe someone else who was there saw something similar. Maybe I'm not alone in carrying these impossible memories. All I know for certain is what I heard over and over on that terrible day from a woman who should not have been able to speak at all. I'm not dead. And sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if she ever will be.